Welcome to the Hot Shots Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series as we roll into the Big Sky Truckfest. I'm Scott, he's Randy. It's going to be a tremendous day. You and I were just talking a little bit about the points. There are some new names atop the leaderboard for the national points, including local here in sportsman class with Bill Hong.
That is. Bill Hong's been racing with the NHRDA forever. He used to race the Dirty Max for G&J back in the day. But yes, he manned up this year. He's been in Arizona. He's been in Tulsa. He's here in his hometown. I know he's coming to World Finals, but you got Lane Wright, you got Robin Ridgway, you got some heavy hitters. Just because you show up at every event doesn't mean you're going to come out the champion.
And Lane Wright is right there in the Super Diesel category in the number 2 on points. He's currently sitting 4th in the Sportsman. So it'll be interesting to see if he can chase down those that are at the top of the leaderboard as we go into round number 3. It's been a tremendous year. We're just one event away from going to the World Finals.
We are, and we got Wade Minter out there, right? 2024 world champion in his 3,000 horsepower 69 split window Corvette. Had a hard time yesterday, right? You have to read the track. When you got 3,000 horsepower, right, you can't always put all that horsepower down. We talked to Yellowstone Drag Strip, CW. He knows it. They were out working this morning. When I got up at 6:30, they were out there working on the track. Hopefully we got a track that we can set a new national record right here at Yellowstone Drag Strip.
It will be a tremendous day as we get ready for the very first round of qualifying today, which will be the 3rd and final round. We will move right into the elimination rounds. The Big Rig Show and Shine is going on today. There's some super cool trucks out there, and that judging and scoring will start at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
And they got the dyno going on. And again, guys, this is open to everybody. So if you're parked over on the right-hand side over there and you want a dyno, you want to get in the show and shine, jump in your pickup truck, drive over to the pits, and sign up.
It is very easy to do, and they will start that judging at 1 o'clock. So it's time to go drag racing here at the NHRDA. It is my pleasure to be here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. But as we go into today's event, we do want to have a moment of silence. So if you'd all please rise and remove your caps. Moment of silence for Chris Raschke of ARP, a longtime friend and member of the NHRDA community. He passed chasing his dream of setting a world land speed record at the Salt Flats. So please join us in a moment of silence for Chris Raschke of ARP. And if you'll please remain standing with your hat off for today's invocation presented by Randy Cole.
Lord, we just want to put a blessing over Yellowstone Drag Strip, over all the competitors, the spectators, the crew, everybody out here. We want to thank you for being born and raised in the USA, best country in the world, but we also want to pray for the entire world. But let's have a great day of racing. Let everybody be safe on their way home. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs burst
The Gomers Diesel Sportsman class will lead us out with local man Bill Hahn is the leader in the national points here in Sportsman. Gomers, USDieselparts.com, Sportsman qualifying. The last shot to get an opportunity to check out what you need to do, whether it be reaction time or your elapsed time, to get your dial-in set for today's elimination rounds. So our first pair of the day rolling into the water box. Derek Younger with a nice start to his day in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. He's going to like when he takes a look at his ET slip with that great reaction time, the first O-light of the day. We only had a handful of O-lights yesterday during qualifying. We had 2 sessions on Friday evening. Very good for the guy from Meadow Lake, Saskatoon. The 055 posted a 789 with a 1 in elapsed time at 86 miles an hour. Pennington laid off the line at a 403, went 855 with a 5 at 88 miles per. As pair number 2 is ready to roll, Jim Younger, another one of those guys from Canada, from Lloydminster, Alberta, in the 22 Chevrolet, with Justin Dahl from Kalispell in his 3/4-ton GMC over in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Off and rolling on Saturday of qualifying to get to the elimination rounds of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Another O-light there for Justin Dahl, went 093. Jim Younger, 187 start. Very nice for those guys. They're going to be much happier with today's ET slip than what we saw out of these guys yesterday evening. Younger posted a 10.137 second run at nearly 67 miles an hour. Dahl went 8:37 with a 6 at 84. Once again, they're going to take their slips from yesterday's qualifying, the slips from today, and find their dial-in, as we've got the defending world and national points champion of the sportsman class, Robin Ridgway from Lafayette, Indiana. The 2001 one-ton Ford known as Tony. They drove all the way from Lafayette, Indiana, did Robin and Tony, to get here for the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series in the Big Sky Truckfest. Kyler Spencer from Billings, his 2017 Chevy Colorado, has staged up over in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Watch how consistent Tony and Robin are. Reaction time, 090, identical to her very first pass last night. Very first qualifier of the evening, she went 090 start, then had a 127 in the second pass. Watch how consistent she stays all day long on that 090 start. 10:49 with a 6 at 70 miles an hour for Tony and Robin Ridgway. Kyler Spencer, little late on the line, nearly 4/10, posted 11:11 with a 7 at 60 miles an hour. So remember the numbers on Robin Ridgway: 090 start, 10.496 elapsed time. I bet you she dials really close to that and then runs at it all day long. Carl Baker from Columbia Falls in his 3/4-ton Dodge, staging up in the left lane, sponsored by Up and Smoke Diesel. He's got Jacob Braun from Park City in the Silverado in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Once again, this is qualifying only. The Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. They have free EDT, everyday treatment available. Free bottles to everybody while supplies last. One bottle supply works with 100 gallons of diesel fuel. Get your free EDT at Hot Shot Secret booth in the vendor row. Carl Baker, little bit sleepy on the line at a 295. Jacob Braun posting a decent reaction time, went 8:23 with a 2 at 83 miles an hour in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Getting down through our sportsman class, we'll be going into the big rig bracket. Big rig bracket coming up next, followed by the Super Diesel class. Super Diesel is sponsored by ARP. Fantastic local sponsors making today's event possible, like Premier Alignment and Repair, Advanced Diesel Works, JH Motors, Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts, Power-Driven Diesel, Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash, and Blessed Performance. This is the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts been providing diesel parts to Montanans since 1938. Brooke LeBeau from Wiggins, Colorado, in the 3/4-ton Dodge in the left lane, sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel. J.J. McClellan from Park City in his Silverado on the right side of the racetrack. Brooke turns in Olight in the Mopar. Very good run on a frozen rope trajectory down the racetrack. 7:39 with a 9 elapsed time. 98 mile an hour for Brooke. J.J. McClellan kind of went for a Sunday drive here on Saturday morning, posting a 16.61 second run. That is more like one of the big rig bracket guys. And the hot rod semis running the quarter mile at 58 per for J.J. McClellan. Gavin Michaels from Belgrade, 3/4-ton blue oval Ford going to the left lane. Right lane will be Garrett Black. Is that, do you suppose that's black or bulk? Do you think that was actually B-A-L-C-K or? Okay. Millstore, Montana is home for the 1-ton Dodge of Garrett Bulk. My apologies if I'm killing that name. I'll do my best, but I have an Idaho education. Left lane is sponsored by the fantastic folks at Up in Smoke Diesel. Great to have everybody that's involved with today's event, the sponsors, the racers, the spectators, the vendors. As we roll into the last qualifying session, this is Gavin Michaels, Garrett Bulk, as they try to set their numbers for their dial-in as we go to the sportsman class elimination rounds. And unfortunately, we did get a reaction time of 6:53. They're out of Gavin Michaels. 5:32 the reaction time for Garrett in the 1-ton Dodge, posting a 95-mile-an-hour pass at a 771 with a 9. A lot of these sportsman class racers will be also participating in the ARP Super Diesel class. The Super Diesel is a 770 class. So Gavin Michaels gets a little bit of a reprieve from the head starter. Did allow him to get that reaction time, but backed him off and let him run his pass. And went 6.836 at 90 miles an hour for Gavin on that delayed and belayed second opportunity. As David Wright and Lane Wright come up. Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas in the Hot Shot Secret Right lane. He is currently sitting number 4 in points at the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class for the national championship. David Wright from Roy, the 01 Chevy 3/4-ton, will be coming up into our left lane, sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel. So the Wright boys, one from Montana, the Big Sky State, one from Texas, the Lone Star State. David Wright from the Big Sky State in the left lane. The Lone Star Stater Lane Wright trying to claw his way up the leaderboard in the national points. He was right there a year ago. Barely got usurped by Robin Ridgway and Tony. So a lady from Indiana took on a dude from Texas a year ago down at the Texas Motorplex and came out on top. Who's going to be dominant? Who's going to prevail here in Montana? Lane Wright is going to look at that ET slip and immediately know that he's got to be better off the line and more consistent if he's going to try to drive his way into the winner's circle here in the late stages of the day as we get to those eliminator rounds. Went 7:59 with a 9 at 89 per on a 6:35 start. Did Lane Wright, David Wright, 4:26 start. 8.274 second elapsed time at 87 miles an hour. Bill Hahn, our current point leader in the sportsman class in his 1-ton Ford that was new on a showroom floor back in 1996. Brian Keeler from Great Falls in the 1-ton Ford. So a pair of 1-tonners will be rolling to the racetrack. Premier Alignment Repair, one of our fantastic sponsors of this weekend's event. Since its inception in November of 2024, Premier Alignment and Repair has been experiencing remarkable growth and building trust with the community as the leading provider of vehicle alignment, maintenance, and mechanical services. They are pleased to announce the introduction of their Premier Service Center, which exclusively features hotshot secret products for all of your vehicle needs, ranging from light to heavy duty. Please do not hesitate to contact the folks at Premier Alignment Center. Advanced Diesel Works. Since 1997, Advanced Diesel Works has been a go-to in Kalispell and Northwest Montana for diesel repair, maintenance, and performance shop. They're a family-owned business and recently transitioning into a second-generation biz. Their founding owner has a Bachelor of Science degree in diesel technology, and all of their technicians are highly trained and skilled with over 60 years of combined experience. When you call or walk into their business, you'll be welcomed by a knowledgeable and supportive service writer. Advanced Diesel Works has participated in the Billings NHRDA event for all but one of the 20 years that we've been here. Advanced Diesel Works. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family-owned towing and recovery company. They do all types of towing, cars, pickups, motorcycles, as well as semis. They travel the great state of Montana as well as North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. With over 75 years in the towing industry, they know a thing or two about towing and recovery. Licensed, insurance, and opened 24/7. JH Motors. So our current series point leader, Bill Hahn, went to Phoenix, then on to Tulsa, now here to Acton. The guy from Shepherd at his 1-ton Ford leading the series points with a single stack out the back of the Ford. Rolling up against the newer 2022 1-ton, Brian Keeler from Great Falls. So Bill Hahn, he's not going to like that reaction time. You'll definitely see improvement on that for Bill. He's going to have to improve it because some of the hitters in this sportsman class, they're going to be dialed in on the reaction time. Then they're going to try to run the number that they predict they will be able to do here in the Gomer's Diesel sportsman class. So Hahn, 797 with a 1 at 85. Keeler, 260 start. Went 9.84 with a 5 elapsed time at 74 miles an hour. Dylan Thompson from the LC Valley from Lewiston, Idaho, taking on Caitlin McKenzie here in qualifying from Billings. So the 1-ton Ford of Caitlin and Dylan Thompson in his 3/4-ton Dodge. Lewiston, Idaho, the very first state capital of Idaho. Famous potatoes, you know. So DT Dylan Thomas from the LC Valley trying to run a good one here, get himself into a great position as we go to the elimination rounds. Caitlin McKenzie looking to put the hammer down, spooling up in that hot shot secret right lane in the flatbed. Might be just a touch slow off the start for Caitlin, but she's trying to make it up there on the top end of the 8th mile. Dylan, both drivers very, very slow on reaction time. 7:42 for Dylan, 8:19 for Caitlin. They've got to shave off 0.7 of a second to be more consistent. 7:59 with a 9 for Dylan on a lapse time at 93 mile an hour. Caitlin posted a 10:73 with a 3 at 75 per for her last qualifying session in sportsman. Daryl Knuckles from Frenchtown, 1-ton Ford. Tim McKenzie from Billings, 1-ton Dodge, rolling up onto the line for their opportunity to play here on Saturday as we roll through the last qualifying session after 2 last night. A little bit of a change in air temperature, track temperature from yesterday evening in the heat of the day to this morning as Mr. Sun is still trying to break through the cloud cover. So we will see a little bit of track temp change as we get from this round of qualifying into the elimination rounds. Shouldn't really affect too much here in the Sportsman or the Super Diesel class, as well as the big rig brackets. But once you get into the faster classes, track temperature, air conditions could make a difference from what they got from the information of the qualifiers from 1 and 2 last night.
So, the guy down there. Make an announcement if you were at the sled.
For those of you guys in Sportsman or Super Diesel that went and did a little sled pulling, some truck and tractor pulling last night, we do need to make sure that you guys get those cleaned up. Sportsman drivers, especially you racers that have your everyday drivers, make sure that you've got all of the Coors and Coors Light cans out of the back, your Copenhagen 10s, your 7-Eleven sandwich debris that may be in the back of your trucks. Make sure you do some knocking and banging to get any kind of that residual dirt from last night's truck and tractor pull out of the frame rails, out of the suspension, so you are clean and not dirtying up race lanes. So after we got the cleanup done over there in the Hot Shot Secret Right Lane, Daryl Knuckles from Frenchtown and Tim McKenzie from Billings bring the Ford and the Dodge respectively up left to right lane. Left lane is sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel. It is the Hot Shot Secret Right Lane. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. They've got free product to give away while supplies last at that Hot Shot Secret booth. Make sure you're checking out all of the vendors, all of the sponsors, taking advantage of the race day specials. So Daryl Knuckles already staged in. Now Tim McKenzie joins in, lights up that bottom set of staging lights. And Tim McKenzie, the first with a red light here in qualifying, went 0.66 too quick. Still going to post a very good number he can work with there on the elapsed time of 8:37 with a 9. Daryl Knuckles, 3:76 start, 9:59 elapsed time, 72 per. They'll be getting those ET slips, figuring out exactly what they need to do on their dial-in when we come to round number 1 of elimination in Sportsman. 670, I haven't called them yet. .670, the PPE 670 class should be in lane number 1. Hot Rod Semi, the premier alignment Hot Rod Semi class. We need you in lane number 7. Race Control is calling Hot Rod Semi to lane 7. 670 index class to lane 1, please. First call, Super Street and Pro Street. Super Street and Pro Street. It is your first call. You should be getting ready to come to the lanes. Fantastic local businesses getting behind the Big Sky Truckfest here this weekend. Power Driven Diesel is a performance diesel company where you can get everything you need to make reliable power and look good doing so. From towing to daily drivers and race applications, they've got you covered. The guys from Power Driven are here competing, so make sure to stop by their pit and check out their builds. Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash. They're more than just a pressure wash company. They are a team of passionate experts dedicated to restoring the beauty of your truck, trailer, and equipment with precision and care. At Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash, they have over 10 years of experience washing with one of the top chemicals on the market. They're also mobile, so rain, snow, or shine, they can come to you and put their excellent finish to your ride. The Blessed Performance Dyno is going on all day long. You can find out how much horsepower, how much torque you actually produce, not what you claim. Blessed Performance, established in 2016, is a proud family-owned and operated business dedicated to serving past, present, and future diesel enthusiasts. They love our Lord and Savior and strive to reflect that in their business. They're committed to providing top-quality products, amazing customer service, and building strong relationships within the diesel community by working hand in hand with other top quality companies. Their passion is helping you get the most out of your diesel vehicle, whether you're building a classic, maintaining a daily driver, or pushing the limits on the track. Blessed Performance. Quick little bit of cleanup there from our sportsman class as we are now rolling into our big rig bracket. Big rig bracket does run the entire quarter mile. Aaron Dupay in the left lane for Up in Smoke Diesel from White Silver Springs. Donald from Judith Gap in the Peterbilt. Hot Shot secret side of the racetrack. So that was Donald Filippi from Judith Gap in the Peterbilt. Posted a 16,779 at 87 miles an hour. .670, the PPE 670 class should be in lane number 1. Premier Alignment Hot Rod Semi, you should be in lane number 7. Remember, it is first call, Pro Street, Super Street. Eddie Erickson and his Pete 379 from Billings loading up into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. Cody Fox from Billings in his 92 International, the IHC, goes into the Hot Shot secret right lane. Last night during the qualifying session, I was rooting for the International. That dude is fresh off the farm, off the work, ready to go racing on Saturday. Still got all of his come-alongs, his chains, his tie-downs. Still on the bang board of the back of the International. Pete 379. Both guys off of the line. Who can get through the gears the quickest here in the quarter mile? All the way to the top end, the big end of the racetrack. The Peterbilt is running smooth. See if we can get somebody up over 80 mile an hour, and he's able to do so 18 flat for Erickson at an 83 mile an hour pass. Cody Fox went 20.134 on laps time at 68 miles an hour. Solid run for Eddie Erickson and the Peterbilt. Lance Galpin from Butte. Joel Osmondrud from Honorary, Wisconsin. Staging up in the right lane is that guy that drove all the way in from Wisconsin to participate in the Big Sky Truckfest. And the Kenworth of Lance Galpin from Butte. He's loading up in that left side of the racetrack. Top side of the racetrack, concluding Galpin's run at an 18.842 as those guys were door to door, grill to grill, all the way down track. 18.943, 18.842. Both of them just about 73 miles an hour. Like to see that. That's going to be good racing later on today in this big rig bracket class. ARP Super Diesel is coming up. They're in lanes 2 and 3. PPE 670 Index class in lane 1. Hot Rod Semis and the Super Street and Pro Streets are coming up, as well as Pro Mod. Absolutely perfect day for spectating here during today's Big Sky Truckfest. Concession stands are open. I'm told the beer garden is already open. Of course, vendor row and all of the sponsors with race day specials. See a little bit of trap prep going on over there on the right lane, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Fantastic national sponsors of this weekend's event and the series. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series National Sponsorship. PPE, Diesel Enthusiast, Pacific Performance Engineering. Whether you're chasing insane horsepower, rock solid reliability, or just looking to out-torque your competition, they've got your back at PPE. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be an official high-performance source of the NHRDA. Shop more, save more at summitracing.com. ARP, Automotive Racing Products, the world's leader in fastener technology. ARP is used by top engine builders and trusted in the areas of motorsports. ARP fasteners, manufactured to the highest standards and made in the USA. ARP. Dynamite Diesel Products specialize in providing the fuel injectors that your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, they strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower at Dynamite Diesel Products. Driven Diesel is best known for being the industry leader in 7.3 and 6.0 Power Stroke fuel systems. But did you know they also make killer transmission cooler kits for the 11 through 19 6.7 liter Power Stroke trucks, or that their Duramax diesel power steering line kits are offered by the top names in Duramax performance. Driven Diesel. Track prep is happening. That gives me a chance to let everybody on Diesel TV know about the fantastic sponsors of the NHRDA and Diesel TV.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Finishing up the track prep before we go to the fast classes. Coming up next is Super Diesel, which is a 770 index class. They'll be followed by the 670 index class. Then our Hot Rod Semis, sponsored by Premier Alignment. Super Street, sponsored by Driven Diesel. JH Motors Pro Street and the Dynamite Diesel Pro Mods are all coming up. The meat and potatoes of the NHRDA is the Sportsman and the Super Diesel class. A lot of the Sportsman entries that we already saw in qualifying will be coming back as they'll double class in Super Diesel. Super Diesel sponsored by ARP. Great crowd shot on Diesel TV of the folks that are tailgating over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. There's some premier setups over there at the tailgaters. All set up with the pickup beds, easy ups, coolers, lawn chairs. Great position to be in to watch all of the racing today. Super Street, Pro Mod. Race Control is calling for you to the lanes, please. Super Street Lane 6, Pro Street Lane 5, Pro Mod Lane 4. Race Control is calling the fast classes. Driven Diesel Super Street, JH Motors Pro Street, Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. They're calling you to the lanes, please. Happening all day long out there in the pit area. The Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine. Blessed Performance Dyno. Show and Shine and Dyno is open to everybody on the property here at Yellowstone Drag Strip. If you want to find out how much torque and horsepower you produce, you can go get on the Blessed Performance Dyno. If you've got a cool ride, you want to be in the running to be the Show and Shine King or Queen, Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine happening all day. So as track prep is DUN done, Mason Dahl is going to go to the Hot Shot Secret right lane. He's from Kalispell on the 3/4 ton Dodge. And then the best I can do for you in the left lane is truck 8031. That's all the more information I got from his tech card was 8031. This is a 770 index class. The Super Diesel category sponsored by ARP. 770 is the number to run today. The closest to without going under is going to have a very good chance at being top dog in the elimination rounds. So the 8031 and Mason Dahl ready for their last qualifying hit of the day. At the stripe, Mason Dahl went 7.67, so he is 3/100ths away from being dead nuts on it. The 8.307 work to do for the truck 8031. Remember the 770 index class. Now, lane right, he's currently sitting number two in our national points chase from Lubbock, Texas, in the 3/4 ton Chevy. Jake Anderson, the Washingtonian, in his 3/4 ton Dodge as they roll a little coal, blow a little smoke, spool up and ready for their hit at the racetrack in this ARP Super Diesel category. The all-in truck and specialty trucks of Lubbock sponsored lane right. He was so close to a national points championship and a world championship a year ago. As you see him dive on the brakes, brake check that thing right at the stripe to go 7.717 at 77 mile an hour. Whole bunch of sevens. He should go to the casino. It was a 156 start for lane right. Jake Anderson, 351 on the start, 819 with a 7 elapsed time at 95 mile an hour. He was fast in the 8th, but off of that 770 number that is going to be highly coveted. David Wright, we saw him earlier in the sportsman category from Gomer's Diesel. He's now participating in the ARP Super Diesel 770 index class from Roy. 3/4 ton Chevrolet with Will Jones from Brush, Colorado. Should be his 1-ton Ford. That thing has been trimmed down to a full-on race ride, remote fuel cell, roll bar, and now trying to run the 770. Both guys dead asleep on the line, nearly 3/4 of a second on reaction time. Neither one of them even close to the 770 number. Those two drivers have got some work to do to get down to that 770 and be consistent to try to move rounds in the eliminators. Both of them nearly a full second off of that 770 at 8:60.81 and 8:6.76 door-to-door qualifier. Dylan Thompson from the LC Valley, Lewiston, Idaho, and Derek Younger from Meadow Lake. So that is Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. I was saying Saskatoon is the other one. Saskatchewan, 2006 Chevy 3/4 ton in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Sneaking up on the pre-stage beams, both drivers. Now they've got 7 inches more to light up the stage beams before they get those 3 individual amber flashes and a green light go. Tree looking to fall. Right lane is in. Dylan Thompson's got to get in there. He's got 7 more inches. He's going to time out. He runs the risk of timing out. The head starter's going, hey, bud, you got to creep forward. And he will time out. He'll get no ET slip for DT. So Derek Younger, our Canadian that made the trip across the border, goes 8.063 on the 770 class. Next pair on the line, Brooke LeBeau. We saw Brooke in that sportsman class, now racing in Super Diesel as well. From Wiggins, Colorado, Gage Makinen. Makinen from Billings in his hometown event at the NHRDA here in our 770 class. The first O-Light posted here in Super Diesel. Qualifier number 3 was by Gage Makinen. Very good off the start. Then went 773 with a 5, so he's very, very close. 35 one-thousandths away from being on the number. And running under was Brooke LeBeau at a 7.636. PPE 670 class coming up as we get incrementally faster here through the qualifying round. Qualifier number 3 of the weekend to set up for our elimination rounds. PPE 670 is coming up. Built for power, engineered for performance at Pacific Performance Engineering, PPE. They don't just build parts, they build possibilities. Whether you're towing heavy, hitting the track, or just cruising with some extra muscle, PPE is the place to be. Rolling up onto the racetrack is Bryce Nicholson from Codhurst, Alberta. The 72 Chevy Nova with a Duramax, along with Alex Plummer from Kingman, Arizona. Got him from Canada, Arizona. Drivers all the way from Indiana, Texas, Wisconsin, Idaho, Montana, Washington. Big representation of racers here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. That Chevelle had some good runs early, poor runs late on Friday, now trying to get back into the groove. Very good launch by both as they drive down bumper to bumper through the stripe. Remember, this is the 670 class. Alex Plummer went 6.753, 53 one-thousandths away from being on the number. Bryce Nicholson under that 670 at a 6.266. Both guys over 100 per, 115 for Bryce. Alex went 104. Now moving into the Hot Rod Semi. Hot Rod Semi driven, Premier Alignment Hot Rod Semi class. Gary Reese from Hastings, Minnesota. The Tweety Bird, which is a 74 Peterbilt. And Wayne, the Legend Talkington from Kingman, Arizona in the 63 Kenworth. Sponsored by MAV TV and Lucas Oil. The Hot Rod Semi with those big, nasty, fat burnouts. Getting things warmed up, heating the hides for the pass here in our Hot Rod Semi class. The current world record in Hot Rod Semi is held by Dave Stewart. He went 11.20 elapsed time at 122.5 miles an hour. Well, we didn't have anybody in this category yesterday bumping up against the mile per hour. They were very, very close to that elapsed time, the ET. So as we go into it with Gary Reese and Wayne Talkington, work in progress on that Lucas Oil MAV TV. Kenworth trying to get a good one. He didn't get any good ones last night, trying to get a good one this morning. Gary Reese, both guys away cleanly. A little slow on the light. Those guys will get better at that as the day moves on. This is a quarter-mile class. They go clear to the big end of the racetrack. 12.638 for Reese. 12.164 for Talkington. Talkington did go 111. Pro Mod, Dynamite Diesel, Pro Mod. We do need you to the lanes, please. Dynamite Diesel, Pro Mod. Race Control is hammering for the Pro Mod to come to the lane, please. So the Premier Alignment Hot Rod Semi is in the books. Premier Alignment and Repair, one of our fantastic local businesses that started back in November of 24. The Premier Alignment and Repair has been experiencing remarkable growth and building trust within the community with a leading provider of vehicle alignment, maintenance, and mechanical services at Premier Alignment Repair. As the fast classes come up here in the last of our qualifying session before we go to the eliminators, track prep is going on. CW and the crew know that the track didn't quite handle the amount of horsepower we were throwing out at last night, so they are trying to prep that thing for the hook, grab, and go coming up. As Wade Minter, I believe he might be the only one on property that we could see a new national record today. Is Wade Minter. He holds that world record in Pro Mod, 4.32 elapsed time, 162.28 miles an hour. You're not always going to get a WR, but you could always potentially get one out of Wade Minter and that 63 split window Corvette. Blessed Performance Dyno is running all day long. Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine is happening all day long. And remember, they do have the Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden wide open here on Saturday. There's nothing like day drinking and drag racing. Concession stand is open. They had breakfast this morning. They're probably getting ready to start that lunch for the lunch rush. Diesel TV is broadcasting us live across the world right now. You can tell your family and friends and neighbors that they can watch all of the great action on Diesel TV. Jacob Braun, we need you to go to the NHRDA booth. Jacob Braun, they are looking for you at the NHRDA booth, please. Sportsman racer Jacob Braun, please return to the NHRDA trailer. I see super tech and fantastic driver Chris Buhlheider walking out to take a gander at the racetrack as the hitters are getting ready to go. As they're always looking for that advantage, always looking for exactly where they're going to get the hook, the grab, the go. As those premier classes are coming up, track prep is finishing up before we go into Super Street, which is a 590 index class sponsored by Driven Diesel. Then the JH Motors Pro Street and Dynamite Diesel Pro Mods. At the conclusion of the Pro Mod hit, we will be taking a brief break before we go get everything set up, get everybody back in the lanes, get the pairings made for round number one, and then we'll get into our eliminations. During that brief break, it'd be an opportunity for those of you on the right-hand side of the racetrack to make the crossover. Go check out Vendor Row, the concession stand, the beer garden. Go over and look at all of the show and shine that is happening courtesy of Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing. And, of course, Blessed Performance Dyno is running. Go get on the dyno, especially those of you that have been bench racing, all those guys out there going, yeah, I produce 1,500 horsepower. Hey, go prove it. Show and Shine registration will be happening until noon. That means we're closing in on the conclusion of the Show and Shine registration Just over 5 more minutes of show and shine registration. Judging starts at 1 p.m. for the Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine. Track prep is finished. So the Driven Diesel Super Street 590 Index class coming up, followed by the JH Motors Pro Street. And then we'll end with our Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod to conclude the qualifying. A little bit of a break, about 15 minutes at most, before we get back into the elimination rounds. Race control will start calling classes back to the lanes, make those pairings for round number 1, and then get into the eliminators. All of our trophy presentations for drag racing will happen after that last pass to determine champions of the Big Sky Truckfest. I believe we will be doing the Show and Shine Awards somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Show and Shine entry, the registration is coming to a close. Under 5 minutes left of that registration for Show and Shine. Dyno is running all day long, courtesy of Blessed Performance. As we roll to the line here in the Super Street class, sponsored by Driven Diesel. Brian Lafferty will go into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. That's a 1-ton Dodge. And Meyer Stump. Meyer from Utah. He participated in last night's modified burnout contest. Think drifting and burnouts all in one. He's got the 96 Dodge, purpose-built race ride. Both guys way into the diesel drag racing game. This is the Super Street 590 Index class. 590, the number to run. Meyer Stump got a bump in that last 7 inches. Didn't get there in time. You can see those bottom beams were not lit up. And the computer system takes over. Once the first bumps into the stage beams, that is the second set of yellow lights at the top of the board. Once they bump in, that puts a timer on the opposite lane to join. And unfortunately for Meyer Stump, he's not going to get any good numbers out of that ET slip, as he didn't get into the stage beams. So Blaine Lafferty in this 590 class with 594 with a 4. So Blaine is looking good here in Super Street. Now the traveling Chevelle, the 1970 Chevelle with a Duramax motor from Galt, California, and Rick Flettis. Rick made a little bit of waves here a few years ago when he was traveling the nation drag strip to drag strip, driving that Chevelle with a trailer behind and the family in tow. The family would make a ride to the next racetrack, set up, camp out, go racing in the Chevelle. That is a winning wheel-standing Chevy Chevelle. Rick Flettis was one of the cream of the crop in 2024, trying to get back to it in 2025, as we're about a month removed from the World Championship, the World Finals down at the Texas Motorplex coming up in September. So Rick Flettis is going to try his luck in that up-in-smoke diesel left lane. The Chevelle with a Duramax from Galt. If the hook of the track is right, it turns into a wheel standing Chevelle as well. Daylight underneath that left front tire as the torque turns it over. 163 start and under that 590 at a 5.46 second run. My apologies. We already cruised through the Super Street. That was a Pro Street pass. My apologies. The JH Motor Pro Street. Tyler Baker also in Pro Street along with Matt Ray as they get ready for their last qualifying hit. Baker from Colorado, Ray from Central Point, Oregon. Oregon, which once was a fantastic state, has turned into an absolute mud hole. JH Motors Pro Street Class. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family towing and recovery company. They do all types of towing, cars, pickups, motorcycles, as well as semis. They travel the great state of Montana, as well as North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Over 75 years in the towing industry, they know a thing or two. Licensed, insured, and open 24/7 at JH Motors. Tyler Baker spooling up. Matt Ray spooling up. Ray is in. Baker needs to join. There he gets that last 7 inches, but it wasn't in time. Once again, timed out. I've seen that more today than I have seen ever at the NHRDA. Drivers just not able to get that last 7 inches on time. Once your competitor is in, the timer starts. You've got to do your thing before the computer says, nah, you don't get to go. So that was should have been the conclusion of the JH Motors Pro Street, because I see the Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod rolling out of Wade Minter. That 63 split window Corvette produces 3,000 horsepower and is the current world record holder of the NHRDA in Pro Mod at a 4.32 second run at 162.28. Didn't have the runs that he wanted on Friday night. They've been trying to make that more of a hook and go right lane here for Wade Minter from Maypearl, Texas. Not always going to see world records, but it is always a potential anytime. Chris Buheider brings Wade Minter to the track. We're going to know at about the 60-foot mark if he likes it. That's that first timing and scoring orange block just past the Christmas tree. We're going to know at about 60 feet if he feels like he's got a good one going, if he can lay into it. Chris Buheider is talking to his driver as he gets ready to make his last quality hit, making sure that the wheelie bar is properly adjusted for this launch. From the information they were able to glean from those two qualifiers last night, Buheider taps the hood, says, "Go get him, kid." Wade Minner. Ew, just past the 60, and he got out of the thing, coasts across the stripe. So Mentor and Buheider will work on the tune for later in the day when we get to the elimination rounds. Donovan Harris is in this class as well. Donovan Harris has been one of the mainstays at the NHRDA, bumping up into this Pro Mod category. So Donovan Harris choosing not to make this pass here in the last qualifying session. So that brings us to a brief break while we get everybody back to the lanes and paired up for that first round of elimination. If you want to cruise over to the Show and Shine by the Beer Garden into Vendor Row, check out all of the great stuff that is going on in the pit area today. Race day specials from sponsors and vendors. The Big Rig Show and Shine from Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing. Stop by and look and see the activity at the Blessed Performance Dyno. Short break before we go into round number 1 of eliminations.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy, boost cetane, lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Race Control is telling me that we will be coming back to a hot track at 12:30 this afternoon. Bottom of the hour, in about 20 minutes from now, we will be back to eliminations. Race control is just putting together ladders for round number 1. We're about 10 minutes away from calling racers to the lanes. We need sportsmen to the lanes, please. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsman class will be random pair here in round number 1. Big rig bracket is set up, as well as Super Diesel. Sportsman, Big rig bracket, Super Diesel, we need you back to the lanes. We are ready to go hot track. Once again, we should have the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class rolling in lane 6 and 7. Big rig bracket into 4 and 5, and the ARP Super Diesel class in lanes 2 and 3. Get your pairings, get you matched up, and ready to go into eliminations. Super Diesel, ARP Super Diesel, we should have all of you in the lanes for pairings. ARP Super Diesel, there's only one of you back there in staging lanes 2 and 3. Super Diesel, last call, gotta have you, let's go. Sportsman class drivers, Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, we're running without you. The Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class, you guys should have all been in the lanes quite a little bit ago for that random pairing for round number 1 in Sportsman. Big Rig Bracket should be in 4 and 5. Super Diesel should be in 2 and 3. Please bring them to the lanes so we can get underway with the elimination rounds. All right. Sportsman class eliminator coming up. Gomer's Diesel. Sponsored Sportsman class. First round of eliminations. Qualifying is done. Elimination rounds begin. 2 go down, but only 1 can come back. So Jason Pennington will be rolling up into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane from Casper, Wyoming. He has dialed 8 flat for Jason Pennington. Kyler Spencer from Billings in his Chevy Colorado is dialed in at 11.11. They want to be as close to without going under that number as possible. The best package usually takes the win. If you can get a good reaction time and then run on your number, you're just about invincible. So Jason Pennington and Kyler Spencer will get us kicked off here in the Gomer's USDieselparts.com Sportsman Elimination Round. First to go is going to be the 11-second dial. Kyler Spencer, he's away. Now Jason Pennington has to try to run down onto his number. Neither one of them stellar off of the line. At the stripe, the wind light goes on for Kyler Spencer. Dial 11-11 went 11-16 with a 4. Jason Pennington was way off. He did not get the launch that he anticipated. A full 3 seconds slower than his dial in. That was all on the start line. Brooke LeBeau from Wiggins dialed 745. Kyle Baker from Columbia Falls is dialing 9.84. Dodge on Dodge competition, nearly identical year, make and models. So the Liberty Energy sponsored Brooke LeBeau from Wiggins, Colorado. In that Up in Smoke Diesel left lane, the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Carl Baker, the Montana, away first. Good drag race to the top side, and the wind light will go on for Carl Baker. 33 1/1000ths away from being exactly what he expected. LeBeau did a great job as well. Only 11 1/1000ths of a second, but the wind light does go on, and a whole shot victory there for Carl Baker. Jim Younger from Lloydminster, Alberta, dials a 10.10 in the Up in Smoke Diesel lane. Jacob Braun on the Hot Shot Secret side has dialed in an 8.23. He's from Park City in the Silverado. 2 go down and only 1 come back as we open up eliminations. Ooh, that is going to be a problem for Jacob Braun. Wind light immediately went on for Jim Younger, so the Canadian will get a round 1 victory. Jacob just got all discombobulated and googly-eyed on the start. Got bumped into those staged and pre-stage beams, the pre-staged and stage beams, and then left before the ambers even triggered. So Younger with an easy win. Now the returning, defending, reigning world champion, national points champion, Robin Ridgway from Lafayette, Indiana, and the 1-ton Ford named Tony. She's got J.J. McClelland from Park City in his Silverado. J.J. is dialed in a 9:45. Robin Ridgway is dialed in a 10:48. So just over 1 second separation as Robin will leave first. Remember, she went 0.90 yesterday evening in round 1 qualifying on a reaction time. Today she went 0.90 on that reaction time. She ran a 10:48. So all she's got to do is be consistent, as she and Tony always are off of the start line. She was absolutely dominant in 2025, seeing the winner's circle more often than not. Drove that truck. Tony drove all the way out here from Lafayette, Indiana. Took them 3 days of driving, sightseeing, and checking out roadside attractions before they got here to compete at the Yellowstone drag strip. I believe Tony has got one going, but here comes J.J. McClellan trying to chase down Robin Ridgway. She will get the wind light. Dialed to 10:48, won 10:62 with a 1. I'm surprised that there was even that much separation. Normally, Tony is really consistent. The driver didn't quite do her part. She went .130 on reaction time. So yesterday in qualifying, she went .090. And then qualifying session number 2, she went .12. And here in the first eliminator, she went .13. So Robin stays consistent in that reaction time department. And Tony did his job by running it out at a 10:62 with a 1. McClellan, unfortunately, is on the trailer for Sportsman. Garrett Balk from Mel Store and Derek Younger from Meadow Lake. Saskatchewan. One of our Canadian racers that has come across the border. 3/4-ton Chevrolet in that hotshot secret right lane. The 1-ton Dodge of Garrett Balk from Melstore. We'll be loading up here on the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane as the boys get a little cleanup done over there in the right lane. Make sure that we are clean, green, and ready for racing. So is Garrett and Derek. Very close dial-in, 768 and a 785. Here's where the pressure could come to Garrett. Seeing that truck leave beside him as his lights are coming down, that could have a little bit of an effect. Both guys away cleanly. However, advantage right now to Derek Younger as they run through the stripe of the 8th mile. And it will be a breakout win. Garrett Black went under the 768. He dialed to the 763. Younger, a little bit off of the number by 14 1/1000ths of what he thought he would post. Younger gets the win light. So the Canadian will see another round of sportsman racing from Gomers. Super Street, Pro Street, first call. Super Street, Pro Street, first call from Race Control. Lane right, 4th place in points in this class at the NHRDA. The Lone Star Stater from Lubbock, Texas has dialed 7.62. He's got Justin Dahl from Kalispell with an 8.24 dial in. So lane right has to show a little bit of patience here on the line, not get too trigger happy and knock himself out. Red light foul in this class would be an absolute bummer for any of the drivers, especially one that made the trip up from Lubbock in the specialty trucks of Lubbock and all-in truck sponsorship, boasting those Hot Shot Secret and Summit Racing stickers to claim the contingency from those guys as well. Great way to get a little extra at the NHRDA. First to bump into those stage beams, lane right, Justin Dahl follows suit, and then Dahl. He knew he had the hitter. He knew he had one of the front runners beside him, and a little too quick on the trigger. 097, ouch. That's a tough way to red light your way out of competition. Interesting note, though, lane right did run under his dial in. He dialed a 762, went 7.597. Might see a change in his dial in as he comes back around in the next elimination round. So lane right got them thinking to do when he sees the ET slip. Gavin Michaels from Belgrade has dialed 7.80 on his 3/4-ton Ford. Tim McKenzie from Billings in his 1-ton Dodge has dialed in at 8.25. Remember, that is the number they want to run. Anything under is a breakout. In drag racing here in this bracket racing, it's worst or first, the worst or the first offender. Is the way they determine if we've got a double foul. So, Gavin Michaels and Tim McKenzie. Timmy Mack in quick, forcing Gavin Michaels to respond. Now they've got 7 more inches to light the stages. First one in is Gavin. Now he puts the pressure on Tim. Tim needs to come in before he times out. There he's in, just in the nick of time. So the guy from Billings will keep his day alive off of the start, but can he keep it alive at the finish stripe? And he will. So Tim McKenzie, Billings' own driver, is able to advance rounds as Gavin Michaels from Belgrade went under his dial-in almost 4/10 of a second too quick. So check in on Tim McKenzie, dialed at 825, went at 8.479. So he too will have some thinking to do. However, he had a very poor start, as did both drivers really. Michaels nearly a second before he left the line, half a second for Tim McKenzie. If they do better on the light, they've got to put that into consideration for if they change that elapsed time, that dial-in number of 8.25. Brian Keeler from Great Falls and Caitlin McKenzie from Billings will be the next pair coming up. A pair of 1-ton Fords. Keeler from Great Falls, Caitlin McKenzie from here in Billings. She's dialed 10 even, 10 flat. Keeler's dialed it at 8.81. So Keeler have to show that restraint that I always talk about when it comes to the dial-in of bracket racing. You've got to know that you need to focus on your Christmas tree, not any kind of motion or movement from the opposite lane, especially on these nearly second and a half and 2 second plus weights that some of the drivers have to endure. You got to know as they watch those taillights grow smaller in the distance and the Doppler effect happen, the hard time staying out of the loud pedal. So Keeler from Great Falls, McKenzie from Billings. Second call, Super Street Pro Street. Second call, Super Street Pro Street. We are fixing to call you to the lane, Super Street and Pro Street. Race Control wants you to know they're fixing to call you to the lane shortly. You should be ready and start making your ways. They will be calling in just a bit. So Keeler and McKenzie waiting for Kaylin to bump that last 7 inches over the Hot Shot secret lane. Needs the bump in, finally does at the tail end of the clock that is computerized. First to go, close on reaction times. Will the excitement get to Brian Keeler and run under his number? It does not. Neither driver near their dial-in. Both drivers are playing a little bit footloose and fancy free. So the win light will go on for Keeler, so the guy from Great Falls will continue. The Billings driver, Caitlin McKenzie, is done in Sportsman for the day. Daryl Knuckles and Bill Hahn. Bill Hahn is our current point leader in this class at the NHRDA. He is from Shepherd, Montana, in the 1-ton Ford, new on a showroom floor way back in 1996 with a stingle sack out the back. Daryl Knuckles from Frenchtown. His 2016 Juan-ton will be coming up into the left lane this weekend, sponsored by Up and Smoke Diesel. Another one of the fantastic sponsors that came on board of the Yellowstone Drag Strip for the Big Sky Truckfest, part of the NHRDA and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Encourage everybody to stop by and see the folks at Hot Shot Secret today. They do have free product, the EDT, the everyday treatment. One bottle services 100 gallons of diesel. They have free product while supplies last. While you're there, find out about all of the great stuff that comes out of the powered by science minds of Hot Shot Secret.
Okay, so I'm zooming in and then I'm, yep, and then like that. Yep. Okay. I see. Okay. Gotcha.
I still find it highly entertaining that those three dudes out there with brooms, mops, if they are bachelors, they do not even own one. If they are married, they couldn't tell you where it's at in the house to save their lives. But they're so happy to grab them during drag race weekends. Grab the mop, get out there and clean things up. So Daryl Knuckles and Bill Hahn. Hahn is the current points leader in Sportsman. Gonna see why this guy has been on a tear in 25 as he looked good yesterday, looked great in that qualifier early this morning. Dial is 796 to the 955 of Knuckles, so Knuckles leaves first. Hahn will wait for his green light go. Now the chase happens. It comes up door to door as we get to the 8th mile stripe. Whose number is it? It is a double breakout with the win light going on to Bill Hahn. So guy from Shepherd that is leading the points will get a round number 1 victory. It is worst or first, and the worst of the two offenders there was Daryl Knuckles, went 9.324 on the 55 dial. That was the worst of the two offenders, so it will be a red light, a flat foul win for Bill Hahn. Dylan Thompson and Dave Wright. Dylan Thompson from Lewiston, Idaho. David Wright from Roy, Montana. Dodge on the left, Chevy on the right. Dylan Thompson was way out of sorts there in that last qualifying session. Hopefully he has a short memory, can shake off anything that he felt was a problem out of round number 3 of qualifying. Dialed 749. He'll have to wait on David Wright, who's dialed at 832. Gonna have to run that Dodge hard from Idaho if he wants to catch that Montana ride. Top side of the racetrack, and that is a David Wright victory. So Montana outdid Idaho, the Big Sky State, way better than famous potatoes. Here comes the big rig bracket. Big rig bracket drivers, they are the over-the-road semi-trucks that probably got a load to Billings just so they could go racing on Friday night and Saturday afternoon. Big rig brackets are coming up. They do run the entire quarter mile of the Yellowstone drag strip. The semi-truck classes are hot rod semi and our big rig bracket. They all will run the quarter mile. Blow your horn, Betty, blow your horn. Eddie Erickson and Cody Fox coming up, both guys out of Billings. One drives a Peterbilt, that's going into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. Cody Fox and his International going to the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Cody has dialed in a 20.10. Eddie Erickson has dialed in an 18.10. So 2 second separation on the start. Eddie Erickson going to try to get through the gears on the Peterbilt. Cody Fox with his best start of the weekend. Eddie Erickson off of what he was posting earlier on reaction times, and we saw a little bit of wheel chatter out there at 60. Erickson is coming hard as they get to the big end of the racetrack and the trap. Wind light is going to go on for Cody Fox from Billings. Eddie Erickson broke out, went under his dial-in of 8.10 to 17.532. 6/10 quick. So Erickson is done for the day. He can go grab a load and get back to making money. Cody Fox with an O-light, 082 reaction time. That's not very easy to do in a 1992 International. Donald Filippi from Judith Gap, Montana. It is 2004 Peterbilt. Has rolled into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. Aaron Dupay from White Sulphur Springs. He's dialed at 18.60. Donald Filippi to 16.20. So our driver from Honorary, Wisconsin, Joel Asmundrud, gets the win line in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. So just getting word from race control, that last pair down was not the pairing that should have been matched up. We had them paired up in the staging lanes properly. They just didn't come around the right way they wanted to, the way race control needed them to. So they are going to return to the line and they will get the pairings correct. And unfortunate turn of events for those drivers, but they're big trucks. They can withstand making quarter-mile passes. Any sportsman loud losers that would like to get into the test and tune, feel free to do so. Lane one, lane one. Any class losers, that test and tune is open to you in lane one. If you've lost out in your round one of racing, you can go to lane one for a test and tune that comes up at the end of round number one of elimination.
I've been doing that.
So just waiting on that last pair to worm their way back down through the pit area and around through the staging lanes here to the old start line, you know, of the Yellowstone drag strip. Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden is open. Get yourself an ice cold adult beverage. Nothing goes better with diesel drag racing than an ice cold beverage. Concession stand is open. You can get your bellies full there at the kitchen. Vendor row is wide open. Race day specials from fantastic sponsors of the Big Sky Truckfest. Show and shine is going on. They will start the judging. I think they've already actually started the judging here just a few minutes ago. Dyno is rolling, the Blessed Performance Dyno. Encourage everybody that's parked over on the right-hand side. Those of you that always say how much horsepower your truck or car builds, you can find out for real today It's a good way to make some bets with your big mouth buddies. Ooh. The Diesel TV director is a $100 bounty to the first person on property that can come to the tower with your dyno slip proving 1,000 or more horsepower. So if you've got 1,000 or more horse ride, you can get $100 easy. Go get the dyno, bring that slip up here to the tower, and the director of Diesel TV will hand you a crisp C note. It's probably been in a strip club. Donald Filippi from Judith Gap, Montana, will return in his Peterbilt in the left lane. Now we do have the correct truck in Joel Asmundrud from Ottery, Wisconsin. He is dialed 18.85. Donald is dialed at a 16.20. This is the correct pairing. Got a practice run for that other dude a minute ago. Asmundrud from Ottery will be the first to leave. Here comes the Pete. Banging through the gears, Donald Filippi. Wind light will go on for Joel Osmondrud. We had the name right, the truck wrong last time around, but same result, 18.907 the time on an 1885 dial for Joel. So the guy from Wisconsin keeps his day in Montana alive. Pro Street. Last call. We need Pro Street. The JH Motors Pro Street. Last call. Silver Street from Driven Diesel. You guys should be in the lanes. Aaron Dupay and Lance Galpin pairing up here in our big rig brackets. Both have dialed in at an 18.60. Both guys from Montana. White Silver Springs for Aaron Dupay in the left lane. Right lane from Butte. Lance Galpin. Broke it. No show. Didn't make it. Out. Aaron Dupay gets wind light.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Scientifically proven to increase power, fuel economy, and reliability. Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment reduce DPF regens by up to 83%. Friction Eliminator followed by FR3 Friction Reducer reduce engine wear by up to 62%. Those aren't random numbers. They're the actual improvements confirmed by third-party testing, keeping your diesel running efficiently. With Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Is your stock oil pan killing your engine? Factory stock pans leave behind sludge, shavings, and contaminants that can lead to costly repairs. Upgrade now to a PPE engine oil pan. Its precision cast aluminum design ensures a complete drain out and increased cooling. Every PPE pan includes a magnetic drain plug and a limited lifetime warranty. Don't wait for engine failure. Visit ppepower.com today to give your engine the protection it deserves.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
And just that quick, the Diesel TV producer had to cough up a $100 bill. It was barely out of my mouth, and some dude was beating his cheeks up the doorway going, hey, 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 look at this. Cha-ching, cashed out, bounty reward. So we've finished out with our big rig bracket now, doing that track prep that they typically do after the big trucks go. Those semi tires can sometimes pull up a little bit of rubber. That's why you see them. They do a little spray, going to do a little drag, get things back to where we had it right before the big rigs ran. ARP Super Diesel is coming up. Super Street, Pro Street should be in the lanes. Race Control has called them. I think we're down to the final in our 670 and our Hot Rod Semi. We just need to get another round of Super Street and Pro Street in. Then we'll be to the finals on those as well. Pro Mod is a final as well. So round robin and hot lap the Sportsman and Super Diesel to get us down where we run all the finals back to back to back to back to back to finish out the day. Pro Street, Welch. Pro Street, Welch. We need you to the lanes. The ARP Super Diesel class coming up. It is a 770 index class. The number to run is 770. All right, we're into our Super Diesel category from ARP, the ARP Super D. Jake Anderson, Washtonian in his 3/4 ton Dodge. Will Jones from Brush, Colorado. And you can see there's been some heavy modifications done on Will Jones. As he's got the remote fuel cell, boiling smoke, single stack out of the hood. Turn up pipe down here on Anderson, trying to keep the smoke out of the start tree, out of the sensors. Remember, it's 770. Both guys just about even off the start and going under. Jake Anderson did go under. He will have a breakout foul. Will Jones will get the win light. And for some reason, Jones is a slow roller. He chopped the throttle way early. Could be detrimental to Jones. He gets the win light, but might have a mechanical. Hopefully he's not leaving anything on the racetrack. Hopefully everything is good and solid, and he just saw the win light and went, I can get out of it. So track maintenance guy will run the racetrack, make sure everything is good to go. He was also trying to make sure that we did get that slow roller of Will Jones off the top end of the racetrack. Watch the body language of the dude that's out there checking racetrack right now. You're going to know whether he has to do work or if he gets to ride back and just watch racing. And I'm deducing by the body language and not hearing any kind of a radio call into race control that right lane from Hot Shot Secret is I. So we can continue on here with this ARP Super Diesel class of the NHRDA. Super cool to have everybody come out to the Yellowstone Drag Strip for today's event. It is the Big Sky Truckfest. Show and shine is going on all day long for the big rigs and others. There are 8 classes that you could have participated in today in the show and shine. We'll be doing those awards here later this afternoon. Super Diesels coming to the water box to resume action after the breakout foul win for Will Jones. Jacob Braun and Gage Mackinnon. The next pairing in, Park City is home for Jacob Braun. Billings for Gage Mackinnon. Pair of Chevrolets trying to get it done here Saturday afternoon of the Big Sky Truckfest. Beautiful sunny downtown Acton, Montana. There's no better place to be than right here, right now, taking in the sights, the sounds, and energy and excitement that is the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series at the beautiful Yellowstone Drag Strip. Twin stacks up the back for Gage Mackinnon. Mackinnon rolling coal, and he leaves first. You can see that Braun knew he was late, but can he pace it and get to the 8th mile stripe? But it will be win light for Gage Mackinnon from Billings. Went a 797 with a 2 on the 70 dial. Braun was never really in the game from the start and to the stripe. Went 666 there on the reaction time. 831 on the 770 index. Not a very good combination to see rounds of racing. So David Wright and Mason Dahl. David from Roy, Mason from Kalispell. Chevy 3/4 ton. In the Up and Smoke diesel left lane with a single stack out the back, running the tonneau cover on the 3/4 ton Dodge. In the Hot Shot secret lane, Mason Dahl. This is one of the hotly contested and highly competitive classes of the NHRDA. A lot of the Super Diesel drivers were in that sportsman class as well. Staging them up, rolling them up. Already in, David Wright waiting on Mason Dahl. Advantage was right off the line, but at the stripe, it's going to be Mason Dahl, the guy from Kalispell, will get the win with 82 on the 70. Very good pass for Mason Dahl. He's got room for improvement on that reaction time to get himself deeper in the rounds of elimination this afternoon. Brooke LeBeau from Wiggins and Derek Younger from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, running the Chevrolet, the Duramax Plumbing and Heating LTD. That's limited sponsorship. Liberty Energy behind Brooke LeBeau in the 3/4 ton Dodge from Colorado. Big advantage for Younger, and LeBeau knew it. Win light will go on for Younger as LeBeau knew that they were laid off the line. Gave it a little too much, broke out at a 7.643. That was a 100% hole shot victory, and forcing Brooke LeBeau to overdrive it to compensate was Derek Younger. So the Canadian from Saskatchewan will get another chance at it in Super Diesel. Lane Wright, Dylan Thompson coming up here in Super Diesel. Sponsored by ARP. Lubbock, Texas is home for Lane. He's had a lot of good runs here in this left lane, getting a get in there for round one. Specialty Trucks of Lubbock, an all-in truck sponsor. Lane Wright, he is currently number 2 in the national points chase in this class. Dylan Thompson from the LC Valley, Lewiston, Clarkston. Down there in the Snake River border of Idaho and Washington. Win light goes on for our number 2 guy in points, Lane Wright. 138 starts, was 790 with a 4. Thompson lost that on the line at a 793 start. Went 807 on that 70 dial. So Lane Wright has got a couple of tenths to work with, and he can get all of that back from the reaction time. So from the 770 class, we'll now dip down to the 590 class. The driven diesel super street class is coming up. That is a 590 index class, so we're getting incrementally quicker. Driven Diesel is best known for being the industry leader in 7.3 and 6.0 Power Stroke fuel systems. Did you know they also make killer transmission cooler kits for the 11 through 19 6.7 Power Stroke trucks? Or that the Duramax Power Steering Line kits are offered by the top names in Duramax Performance. Never interested in the same product but different brand game, Driven Diesel has remained focused on the opportunities to solve modern diesel problems with new and unique products. Ask your favorite diesel shop for the Driven Diesel or visit drivendiesel.com for a list of their top dealers. So our Driven Diesel Super Street Class, Brian Lafferty. Lafferty will get a single here in the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane from, I think that's Erie, Colorado, 01 one-ton Dodge. You can see the purpose-built race truck staging up as we get incrementally faster down the 8th mile this afternoon at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. Eighth mile stripe went just a little bit under a 5.841 on the 590 index. Single lane run. You'll take a look at that ET slip, realize what he needs to do, adjust the tune, and get himself back for more competition here in the Driven Diesel Super Street Class. Myers Stump coming up. Is Meyer broke? No, that will be Will Terry. Will Terry from Cedar City, Utah. In his Dodge going over to the Hot Shot Secret right lane. And it looks as if he is getting a broke by. His competitor unable to make the call. So Will Terry trying to run right on that 590. Will off the start. That was not about making a good reaction time. That was about posting a number that he would be happy with at the 8th mile stripe. He went well under that 590 dial, did Will Terry. Will is one of our front runners in the points chase for 2025 as well. The JH Motors Pro Street Class coming up. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family towing and recovery company. They do all types of towing, cars, pickups, motorcycles, as well as semi-trucks. They travel the great state of Montana as well as North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Over 75 years in the towing industry, they know a thing or two. Licensed, insured, and open 24/7. JH Motors, our sponsor of the Pro Street Class. Pro Street current world records held by Philip Franklin. A lapse time of 4.92 seconds at 155.2 miles an hour. That is the top echelon, the top spot, the pinnacle of Pro Street right now with Philip Franklin. Tyler Baker from Colorado and Matt Ray from Oregon. Central Point is home to Matt Ray in the Hot Shot Secret right lane in the Dodge Ram. The one-ton Dodge will be coming over to the left lane, sponsored by Up and Smoke Diesel. Will be Tyler Baker as they trim things up on the track before we send the next pair down. So all of the hitters in the national point standings are here. However, the point leader right now, Philip Franklin, is on property, but he is not racing. Rick Fleta currently in number 2, Josh McCorrick, number 3. And then tied for 4th, Tyler Baker, Todd Welch, and Matt Ray. Tyler Baker and Matt Ray rolling up right now. So this will break the stranglehold. The winner here will break the stranglehold on that tie for 4th. So Baker from Colorado in his 1-ton Dodge. The Dodge Ram of Matt Ray from Central Point, Oregon, going to the Hot Shot Secret right side. So the stranglehold deadlock of 3 drivers tied for 4th. There will be a change in those points after this pass. This is JH Motors Pro Street. This should be, on paper, should be a dandy race, a killer matchup. And it just didn't pan out for Matt Ray. Just didn't have the spool going there in the right lane. Wind light goes on for Kyle Baker. Cut a 307 light, went 570 with a 6 and 112 per. So Baker will see another round. Matt Ray was tied for 4th in points, will now drop to number 5 on the national points chase. Sportsman, all of our sportsman winners, we need you back to the lanes, please. Sportsman winners, back to the lanes. Now Rick Fleta is from Galt, California in his 1970 Chevelle, powered by Duramax, up against Tim Moore. Fletis is currently sitting number 2 in points, well back of Philip Franklin. He could get a lot closer with a convincing victory here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip for the Big Sky Truckfest. Rick Fletis can crawl way up towards that lead number 1 spot Philip Franklin currently holds by having a strong showing on Saturday at the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series round number 3 in Montana. So Fletis in the Chevelle staging up. Tim Moore going to be bumping in on the Poor Boy Diesel. Sponsored entry with one of the coolest wraps in motorsports. So Fletis, Moore, spool, dial, tree, wheel stand and Chevelle. Cranks that. Ooh. Fletis had problems and immediately Tim Moore at the stripes. Something let go as he has went to the wall, just like all of those professional drivers that have been around a day or two know. They don't want to drag the ick all the way down the racetrack. And immediately Tim Moore gets that thing wheeled over to the wall on the right, out of the truck to try to take an overview, a triage of what just went wrong. He does get the wind light, but Rick Fletis, his day is over. So the poor boys diesel driver, very disgusted. I'm watching the monitor for Diesel TV just through that $500-600 race helmet. You can see the body language and the disgust, knowing that something serious has went wrong with his race truck. Now tosses the gloves back into the race truck. As the recovery crew has got work to do, they'll go get the poor boy diesel of Tim Moore out of the Hot Shot Secret right lane. And the track guys, not only are they going to take a look at the truck, but they'll start getting an overview of the racetrack. If anything debris was left, oof, there's a big slam of the door from Tim Moore. And it does sound like we have left debris on the racetrack. Unfortunately, so there will be track maintenance once the recovery crew gets the poor boy diesel truck off of the Hot Shot Secret right lane. The recovery crew will transition into the cleanup crew and get that right lane back in shape so we can continue on with the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series in the Big Sky Truckfest.
Okay, you want me to find more? Okay. mistake, and there's multiple on the left lane.
Oof. Really good shot here from Diesel TV of a gigantic piece of iron. Not quite sure if that was, if it was aluminum or if that was cast. But getting a shot now, they have moved away from that piece of debris. Not sure if that was the bottom of an engine block or a piece of the transmission. I would say probably looked more kind of like the back end of an engine block to me. Lots of pieces and parts have been left on the racetrack, so the cleanup crew have got their work to do. As we have scattered one in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Hot Shot Secret is good, but you can't fix a fist-size hole in an engine block.
Okay. What was it? Turbo?
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy, boost cetane, lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the parts that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessperformance.com or give us a call 1-800-577-2698.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Track maintenance is continuing on here at the Big Sky Truckfest. Once that gets cleaned up, we can get back into competition. I believe we've got a chance maybe here shortly to go through our 8 categories in the Show and Shine for our winners, the champions of the Show and Shine. They'll be making themselves available here by the water box. We'll be getting an overview of their super cool ride that was a winner of their category, maybe talk with the driver about the build, and they will receive their award for being best in show in their class from the Show and Shine, the Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Show and Shine. Award ceremony coming up. So while the track maintenance is happening, we are hoping to get everything queued up for the Show and Shine Awards ceremony. Should be bringing that to you in just a few minutes.
Who's the live shot? Okay. Hey! I didn't know you could hear me. I was trying to get these people's attention so I could get them to wait for the camera. But they can't hear me.
The Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine has come to a conclusion. The judging has been done. Fixing to do our awards for Show and Shine. Mark Byeroff. Mark Byeroff, you were last night's Big Rig Light Show winner. If you could gather up your goodies and get into the staging lanes for awards, please. Mark Byeroff in the red rotator. Last night's Big Rig Light Show contest winner. We do need you to roll into the staging lanes, please. Once again, we do need Mark Byeroff. He was the winner of last night's Big Rig Show and Shine Light Show. Get word to him so he can make it over for the awards presentation as being the Light Show winner from a night ago. Beautiful sunny downtown Acton has been the home and the host for 20 years of the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Lots of entries into the Show and Shine, and there's some fine irons sitting down here waiting for awards. NHRDA official Chris, if you come to the head of staging, please. And rolling up is our parade of winners in our show and shine. The first one up is going to be Best of Show. So the best entry of all of the competitors in the pickup trucks. This is Abby Wood. Congratulations, Abby. It's a good-looking Jimmy, one of those first gens like it. Did you have a hand in the build?
A little bit, yeah. My dad and my sister, we all built it together. We got it from some other guys. They were parting it out over in Lovell, I think. And we got it for a cheap deal, and then we built it, and it's just our daily.
It's a good-looking daily, too. It is a great barn find, if it was like a barn find, you know. So what were your hands on with this?
I did a lot of the painting parts. Me and Dad welded both the front and rear bumpers together. Dad and I picked wheels, tires for it, and the interior.
The bumpers were actually the first thing that I noticed because my dad and I built bumpers for my first rig back when I was a kid, too. So this is a 1991 Jimmy.
Yep.
What's under the hood?
It's the 350.
So a small block,
Yep.
automatic.
Yep.
And does he always ride there?
Sometimes.
All right, she is our Best of Show winner, Abby Wood. Yep, girls get dirty too. Any chick that talks about welding has my interest. So Abby was the best in show in the 1991 Jimmy. No, I'm sorry. Best paint, Randy, best paint. Next in is going to be the 2004 Chevy Sierra. This is the winner of our best paint class, the best of paint class. The Bradford built back into the truck, and our winner is Bowden Bailey. Bowden, I do like the rocker panel. That's kind of an interesting, unique. What did you do on the bottom?
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that would be the bottom.
Yeah, the Scorpion liner on the bottom. It was supposed to be two-tone. It was supposed to be like a brown, but it turned out nowhere near the color it was supposed to be, so we said screw it and decided to paint over it.
It actually goes well. It is kind of a contoured look to it, and it is a deep paint job. It looks like you spent a little time with a mother's polish.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
So did you squirt it yourself?
Actually, no. A buddy of mine, First Choice Collision in Sydney, Montana, painted it for me.
Yeah, the guy got a little bit of talent. It's hard to get. It's got a little metallic flake to it as well.
Oh, yeah. This paint's like 90% metal flake. It took forever to try and match it, so.
Well, when you got a custom paint job and it looks this good, you deserve to win awards. He is our best paint winner, Bowden Bailey's 2004 Chevy Sierra. So congratulations to Bowden with the Best Paint Award at the Big Sky Truckfest Show and Shine. I like the handiwork that went into that custom deck off the back. Bradford built. Tallest lift. And the Ram rolling up. Stephen Dryden's 2021 Dodge, the turbo diesel 3/4 ton. He is the tallest lift winner. And you know, actually, I'm from that generation where lift kits were just starting to get cool back in the 1980s. And a lot of times they went overboard. It was one of those looks you're like, man, you're going to wear out U-joints, drive shafts, everything. This one actually almost looks stock. You've done such a good job with it.
Yeah, it's super clean. I just wanted to keep it nice and simple.
You know, that simple is better because the guys at Ram did not manufacture this thing to throw the lift on. What lift do you have underneath it?
I do have a 6-inch McGoy's lift on it.
6-inch lift, and like I say, by eye, it doesn't look like you're all jacked up in the air, but tire and wheel choice helps that too.
Absolutely.
So you've done a great job. Any sponsors, family, friends that help?
I built this truck in Texas. Shout out to my boys back in Texas, 210 Auto House. Yeah, that's it, man.
Fantastic job on our winner of the tallest lift, Stephen Dryden, is 2021 Dodge Ram. New Braunfels, we're going to be down there in a month. New Braunfels down there in the Texas Motorplex area. All right, so appreciative of the best lift. Best wheels. Thank you. Best wheels. We did end up with a tie in this category. This is, excuse me, not a tie. This is a guy that won 2 classifications. Best wheels and most unique. So this is Taylor Krasel. And I just butchered that last name, I'm sure of it.
That's good. It's good.
So Taylor is a 2025, the 1-ton Ford. I have to admit, if you're going to win unique tires or wheels, those are the wheels to win.
Yes. So I just want to give a shout out. I do a marketing for Ameritech Equipment Company in Wyoming. The guys at Ameritech built this in 3 days, so we had to get it ready for a truck show earlier this summer. So this whole build was built in 3 days. So
it has been a very good job of the build, too. It's very, very clean. Like the way that they engineered the rear end of the truck. It's very unique. That's why you won that category as well.
yeah, the uniqueness is really the flatbed. The reason we brought it to this show is Gunmetal, the manufacturer of the flatbed. They're moving to Billings in about a week. So they're going to be manufacturing everything out of Billings. So we wanted to give everyone a show of what is coming to Billings.
Very nice. American made, and he is our winner. Taylor Crazel, the best wheels and most unique. Next rolling in is going to transfer into our big rig class. Antique bobtail. The overall winner is Lee Swanson in his 86 Mack. The cab over for Swanson Enterprises. And I've always been a Billy Mack fan ever since my dad used to throw me in the dump truck as a kid. As I was growing up and I just read the name Mack in the front, I'm like, I know what that smells like on the inside. They just all have that unique smell, don't they?
Absolutely, yes they do, yep.
Tell me a little bit about the cab over.
It's a 1986 Mack MH100 Ultraliner. It's got an E9 V8, 500 horse with 12-speed Mack transmission and Mack rear ends.
You weren't born in the U.S., were you?
Nope, no, I come from...
Where are you at?
I come from New Zealand. I live in Billings.
Live in Billings now, transferred from New Zealand. I was in, was it Auckland? Is that right? Yeah, I was there once in a soccer field. You guys like football?
Real football, yeah.
Trucks are better, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Motorsports are 10 times better than any kind of stick and ball sport, huh?
Absolutely, yep.
So kind of give me an overview of what you do. Is it a Swanson Enterprises from Billings? You think running it up down the road still?
I have an over-road trucking company, and this is just something that I've always wanted, and I ended up getting, so it's not going to go over the road. It's just for playing.
Anything you've had to do, or just turn the key and go play?
Yeah, I bought it off a guy in New Salem, North Dakota. He hauled grain with it, and then now it's just pretty well retired.
Retired and winning competition. So congratulations to the most unique antique bobtail. That is Lee Swanson. So the Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash show and shine for the big rigs and the pickup trucks as our next one rolls in. The winner of our construction/tow truck entries. That's your tow daddy. The 99 Pete for JH Motors from here in Billings. Cody Fox. Cody Fox is our winner of the construction/tow. So this is a moneymaker, right?
Sure.
I've been reading the PA copy for JH Motors all weekend long. I know that you guys do cars, pickups, motorcycles, and of course the big recovery stuff like this would be for.
Yes, sir. We do it all.
And you want to tell everybody where we can get a hold of JH Motors?
406-248-8101.
He is our winner. That's Cody Fox, the winner of our construction/tow truck class. JH Motors since 1946. As Coaster takes the Peterbilt away with the hardware. So rolling up in a beautiful Kenworth, the Scotty B Trucking, winner of our combo class, Daniel McClure. No? So you jumped the line a little bit. This is our bobtail. Our bobtail guy was Scott Barnhart. Scott, Kenworth, like I was just talking about the Billy Mack. Kenworth is near and dear. I spent a lot of time running a log truck with my dad in a Kenworth. It's kind of one of my favorite spots, especially when you guys run up against the Peterbilts. I really like it when the Kenworths beat the Peterbilts. This is obviously something that is your money maker.
Yes.
So what typically is a route? Are you local or are you over the road?
Over the road.
How many hours a year?
How
many miles a year?
Probably 120, 130.
Go to 1 million miles in a hurry in a career like that, run 125, 130,000 miles a year. What's the preferred thing to hook to?
Reefer trailer.
Nice. He is our bobtail winner, Scott Barnhart, in his 23 Kenworth. Now our combo winner, Daniel McCurr. Drag around the low deck here, making that, give me 40 acres, I'll turn that rig around. Hopefully Robin Ridgway appreciated that comment. Give me that 40 acres, I'll turn that rig around. Because Tony is just about as long as this stuff. Tony's like a school bus. So another one of our Kenworths that is going to end up in the winner's circle. Daniel McCurr's combo. That's a really good looking paint job too. Love the two-tone black and green. A lot of time spent with a mother's polish to get that chrome shining everywhere. You can't even tell that this thing is a work truck, which it obviously is. So Daniel, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is something that you're in 5 days a week?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
What are you normally hauling?
Equipment.
Heavy equipment stuff. That's kind of big interesting too, because that puts a lot of pressure on you guys. When you got that much weight on the back, it's your responsibility.
Yep. It's fun. I like it.
Good way to do it. Great way to make it earn a living is Daniel McCurr, the winner of the combo in his 2020 Kenworth. And now rolling in the 2015 Peterbilt that is the best of show. Aaron Corbett. Peterbilt was the best in show. So he is best of show, Aaron Colbert, and a next generation of truck driver crawling out of the truck with him. You two have spent a lot of time with some polish and some elbow grease.
Yes, mostly my son-in-law does all the polishing. He does an amazing job.
It's kind of nice when you dedicate that to somebody else to do. Spent a lot of time rubbing out the chrome on the stuff I've owned over the years, and it's a very meticulous job. Is the youngster getting into it too?
Yeah, we hope so.
Is he the king polisher? Does he give Linda a good hand?
He was cleaning pretty good this morning.
When you say 3/8 drive, does he say, I know what you're talking about?
He's getting there.
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, bud. It's a great way to make a living. Kind of tell me about the truck. What do you do with it? What is the everyday use?
So the everyday use is we're kind of diverse, but mainly car hauling.
Car hauling, which that's got to be one of those jobs that you got to make sure that everything's secure, right?
Correct, yes.
I have to admit, when I get behind one of you guys on the semi, it freaks me out a little bit because of that stupid movie, Final Destination. Still freaks me out.
Yeah, you got to make sure you got them tied down good.
And the business name is?
Turbo Transportation Group.
The Turbo Transportation Group. Best of show, Aaron Corbett in the 2015 Peterbilt. And the last one in is going to be last night's Big Rig Light Show winner. Yellowstone Towing and Repair won the light show last night. Mark is rolling up in the Yellowstone Towing and Repair heavy recovery truck. Big Rig Bracket, we need you to lane, please. Big Rig Bracket, we need you to lane. Mark, congratulations. You won the light contest last night, but I think you could have been in the running for best paint. I think you could have been in the running for best of show. This thing's a good-looking ride.
Thank you.
On a daily basis, how often is this one called into service?
2-3 times a week.
2 to 3 times a week. That's a pretty busy schedule.
Yes, it is.
So for you in your career, what was the nastiest, gnarliest recovery you had to do? Vehicle placement-wise, not what happened, but what you had to do to get it out.
Unload a semi full of bottled water down the side of a cliffside.
Got to get the water out so you can do the recovery, right?
Correct. And clean it all up.
So are you the guy that has to hump it over the hill, dragging cable?
Yes.
That makes that even a more difficult job. You got to be physically fit to do something like that. That cable's not light.
No, it's not.
I used to drag that through the woods when I was working as a logger in my younger and healthier days. I couldn't imagine trying to do that today, so good on you.
Right. Thank you.
So Mark is our winner of the Big Rig Light Contest on Friday night. Part of this weekend's Big Sky Truckfest here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. So that will conclude all of our awards for the show and shine that happened here at the Big Sky Truckfest. We do need to have racers back to the lanes. Looks like the cleanup is finishing up there in the right lane, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Once they're done, we're going to get back to drag racing. just about concluded with all that cleanup after that turbo let go. We were able to go back and look at the replay on Diesel TV and put it in super slow motion. And you can see where pieces and parts were scattering all over the racetrack. We also got to see the frustration and disappointment from the driver for poor boys Diesel. Track crew has done an admirable job of getting that cleaned up. We're just about ready to go back to racing. Once they spray it and drag it, we'll get back to drag racing.
Do I have time to use the bathroom now?
Any of our competitors that have lost out in their first rounds of racing here in the Eliminators that want to participate in a test and tune? You can come to lane 1. Anybody that wants to participate in a test and tune. We'll run a class of sportsmen. Any test and tuners we've got in lane 1, then right back to the sportsman class. It is the biggest class, so that requires the most eliminator rounds so we can get into the semifinal and finals. Several of our classes have already went to the final round. That's why we are waiting on those guys in Sportsman and Super Diesel to finish out their eliminators to get us down to nothing but finals. So once again, if there are anybody that is lost out of competition today, you are more than cordially invited to go to lane number 1 for a test and tune session. So for those of you that have made a long trip and only got a couple of hits at the racetrack today, if you want to make a couple more, you can do so in the test and tune. We're looking at going into the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class, test and tune, then the Big Rig Bracket class, and back to the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class.
Is that something, if I notice that it's a little dark, I should say something to you and ask you? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class is chomping at the bit at the head of the staging lanes to get underway. Just a little more stuff going on over there in the Hot Shot secret right lane at the top end in the shutdown area of the drag strip. So they'll get that cleaned up, make sure all that debris from that exploded turbo is picked up. There was pieces and parts all over the racetrack. We were able to see that on the Diesel TV replay. Rick Flettis did an admirable job of getting out of the throttle and steering around a lot of the debris. I do think he took a good-sized chunk to the Chevelle, but he was able to drive around most of that goodie that was spread out over the racetrack by Poor Boys Racing. Super Diesel, they are asking the ARP Super D class to return to the staging lanes, please. Once again, Super Diesel, they're calling you to the lanes, please.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Scientifically proven to increase power, fuel economy, and reliability. Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment reduce DPF regens by up to 83%. Friction Eliminator followed by FR3 Friction Reducer reduce engine wear by up to 62%. Those aren't random numbers. They're the actual improvements confirmed by third-party testing, keeping your diesel running efficiently. With Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Is your stock oil pan killing your engine? Factory stock pans leave behind sludge, shavings, and contaminants that can lead to costly repairs. Upgrade now to a PPE engine oil pan. Its precision cast aluminum design ensures a complete drain out and increased cooling. Every PPE pan includes a magnetic drain plug and a limited lifetime warranty. Don't wait for engine failure. Visit ppepower.com today to give your engine the protection it deserves.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, Fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
So the crack staff from the Yellowstone drag strip is diligently working on the racetrack to make sure that there is nothing that is going to cause a later problem. Got to make sure that all of those pieces and parts, the aluminum, the cast stuff, all the bolts, the fasteners are taken care of, picked up, moved off of the racetrack. Can't have anything out there, any kind of debris on the racetrack. Want it clean, green, and ready for racing as we return to elimination rounds of competition at the Yellowstone drag strip. That is an encouraging sight, as we've got track officials now vacating the top end of the racetrack. We should be getting back into the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class.
have time to use the restroom?
Hey, 670 Hot Rod Semi, Super Street Pro Street Pro Mod. We are anticipating the finals being around 4 o'clock. So the Gomers Diesel Sportsman Class Eliminators return. I see Robin Ridgway and Tony going into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. She is the defending and reigning world champion of the NHRDA in Sportsman Class from Lafayette, Indiana. She and her truck named Tony drove their way across the nation from Indiana here to Montana to participate in round number 3 of the chase for the championship, trying to defend her world and national points championship from a year ago. Tony with a venerable 7.3 liter. She is a huge defender of the 7.3 that has kind of a really bad name. But she says the 7.3 and Tony are the kings of it. Robin Ridgway is a fantastic social media follow. Everything she owns has a name, not just her husband and children. Farm implements, tools, cars, trucks, they all have names. She's got a whole fleet of barn cats. Every one of those has got an interesting and compelling name that just begs the question, how and why did you name it that? So as we get ready to go, Robin Ridgway, our reigning world champion in the Ford 1-ton, known as Tony, taking on Kyler Spencer from Billings. The Chevy Colorado, it is a Ford Chevrolet showdown. In this round of elimination, Kyler Spencer is dialed in 11.11. Robin Ridgway made a 1/100th of a change from a 1048 to a 1049 dial in as she rolls up here in the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. The Hot Shot Secret right lane has got Kyler Spencer as we return to Sportsman Racing. They both lit the stage pre-stages. Now stage beam comes on for Kyler. Tony and Robin bump in. First to go, Robin Ridgway away. Chasing on Kyler Spencer. A little off on the reaction time that normally she's able to post. She dialed a 1049, went 1056, and gets the win light with a whole shot victory, 154 light. That is her slowest reaction time of the weekend. Kyler Spencer lost that out at 361 on the line. Lane Wright, currently number 4 in points here in Sportsman of the NHRDA. The all-in truck, Specialty Trucks of Lubbock, sponsored Chevrolet. Once again, choosing that left lane, Derek Younger from Canada with a 793 dial to the 762. Red light foul for Derek Younger, lane right. Went 066, now see if he can run the 762 at the top end with a stripe. Went 763 with a 9, so about 2/100ths of a second for being dead on. His dial in was lane right. With that 066 start, he's putting together a fantastic package. And unfortunately for Derek Younger, his day is done with an 020 red light foul. Dialed 7.93, went 8009. So that would have been a victory regardless for lane right. David Wright and Bill Hahn. Bill Hahn is our current national points leader in Sportsman from Shepherd, Montana. David Wright from Roy in the left lane is dialed 8.38. Billy Hahn is dialed 7.92 in his Ford. Single stack out of the back of the Chevrolet. Single stack out of the back on the Ford. Up and Smoke Diesel left. Hot Shot Secret right. Winner moves on. Loser is done. In the case of Bill Hahn, we'd see him again in Super D. Oh, and Bill Hahn, our point leader, was laid off the line. Does that make him overdrive? And it did. That lateness off of the start cost him to run under. Breakout is 780 with a 3 on the 92 dial. David Wright posted 8.38 and then went 860 on a 154 reaction time that put Billy Hahn under the gun. So Hahn has just opened the door for Lane Wright to gather up more points here at round number 3 in the chase for the championship in this sportsman category. Bill Hahn was running 4th in sportsman, and he's going to be able to encroach. Lane Wright will be able to encroach on Bill Hahn in that points lead. Tim McKenzie and Carl Baker coming up. Tim McKenzie out of Billings, Carl Baker from Columbia Falls, a pair of Dodges, one's a 1-ton, the other a 3/4 ton. Left to right, out of the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane to the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Queued up and ready to get down. Track 2 go down, only one will come back. Sizable weight there for McKenzie to leave the line. Jason run a very even, smooth race, and it's going to be a breakout win for Tim McKenzie as Carl Baker went 4/100ths of a second under his dial in, 980 flat on the 84 dial. So Carl Baker beats himself here in sportsman. Tim McKenzie from Billings will see the win light. Jim Younger from Lloydminster, Alberta, one of our Canadian racers, coming up against Brian Keeler from Great Falls. The Great Falls driver, Brian Keeler, is dialed in a 9.60, Younger at a 10.20. Information you can see up on the scoreboards here in the U.S. Diesel parts from Gomer's Diesel, Sportsman Eliminations. 1020, 960, left to right respectively on the dial in. Canada versus Montana. Actually, that would be Alberta, the Providence, against the state, Montana. To the stripe at the 8th mile. Advantage was to Jim Younger, and it will be a win light for the Canadian. Goes 10:24 with a 9 on the 20 dial at 66 per, taking down Brian Keeler here in sportsman. Test and tune, we need you guys loaded. We are at the conclusion of that round of sportsman elimination. Test and tune, you should be loaded and ready for your chance to get on the racetrack. We do have our big rig bracket as well as Super Diesel and another round of sportsman coming up. This is Test and Tune. Those that have lost out in the elimination rounds can come back for Test and Tune in all classes in lane 1. Test and Tune. Sportsman winners, we need you back to the lanes. Sportsman winners, we need you right back to the lanes.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna let him know. Asshole. Yeah, of course. Come on. That's the worst thing I'm called on the. Oh, that's pretty bad.
We will be returning to the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. All those sportsman winners from just a few moments ago should be returning to the staging lanes for their next round of eliminations. We do need to get through the eliminations on the sportsman and the super diesel and the big rig bracket before we get down to the finals of all of the classes. We want to run those in order or as close to it as we can go from the top to the bottom, sportsman to pro mod. Several of those classes are just waiting on their final hit of the day to determine the winner of the Big Sky Truckfest here at round number 3 of the Chase for the Championship and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series here at Acton, Montana at the wonderful Yellowstone Drag Strip. Remember, the Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden is open. Gomer's Diesel. U.S. Diesel Parts has been providing diesel parts to Montanans and beyond since 1938. Experts in diesel fuel injection, turbochargers, diesel engines, and performance parts. Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts. Sportsman, single lane. Comp buy for David Wright. And the 3/4 ton Chevrolet from Roy. Dial in 838 with a single stack out of the back, not anticipating his Sunday drive on Saturday afternoon. He wants to get it, get to it, get that good reaction time, and post that 838 dial-in number that he has. Completely contradictory to what I assumed he would do for sure. 9:05 reaction time, and then just coasts through the finish line.
You want me to shut it off again? Okay.
Pears coming up lane right from Lubbock. Once again choosing to get himself into the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane, the all-in truck. Specialty Trucks of Lubbock sponsored lane right, taking on Jim Younger from Lloydminster, Alberta in the 22 Chevy. Lane right, trying to chase down a national points championship in either Sportsman or Super Diesel or both. The Hot Shot Secret Summit Racing stickers on for contingency for lane right of the NHRDA. First to go on the 1020 dial, Jim Younger. Waiting a long time, nearly 3 full seconds was lane right. Cuts the light, blows through the traps. Win light for the number 4 guy in points as he is incrementally working his way up the leaderboard in points. Dial to 762 and 789 with a 9. Gonna have to tighten that up when we get to the later stages of the eliminations. So Younger's day is done. Robin Ridgway, we just saw her take a round win, and now she's back in for another eliminator versus Tim McKenzie from Billings. So the lady from Lafayette driving Tony the Ford up against Tim McKenzie in his Dodge 1 ton. Robin again has bumped that to a 1049 from that original 1048 dial in. Trying to get a little bit tighter for her and Tony there on the reaction time. As long as Robin Ridgway can do her part on getting off the line right, Tony will do his part to run it out to the 8th mile, although I have noticed a touch of the brakes from Robin Ridgway as she draws near that stripe at the 8th. So Tim McKenzie's 8:25. He'll wait a little over 2 seconds before he plays chase, trying to run down Robin Ridgway, the defending world champion. So McKenzie in his home track, in his hometown, trying to run down a homer win. Some shenanigans going on. Both of them are pre-staged. Nobody's even wiggled. I don't think you want to get into a game of patience with Robin Ridgway. That may not prove out to be your best interest. Both drivers finally bump into the stage beams. First to go is going to be Tony and Robin Ridgway. Now comes Tim McKenzie. Timmy Mack trying to run down Winner's Circle Robin. And that will be another win light yet again for Robin Ridgway and Tony. Dial 1049 went 67 with a 3. McKenzie went 825 with a 9, 10, and a 5. So that 825 was well off the mark, over 3/4 of a second. Just about what he left on the line with a reaction time of 2:46. Big Rig Bracket and Cody Fox driving the 92 IHC, the International from Billings. Dialed in at 20.10 in this Big Rig Bracket. Remember, the Big Rig Brackets do run the full 1/4 mile. Sportsmen, we need winners right back. Sportsmen need to come right back. Hopefully you're all listening in on 106.3 on the FM dial. Sportsmen, we need all of the winners right back to the staging lanes. is Cody Fox. Once again, cuts a very good light. That International has had very respectable reaction times all weekend. As they get to the top side of the racetrack, wind light has went on for Cody. Dialed 2010, went 2080 with a 1. Joel Osmondred from Honorary, Wisconsin will roll up into the up and spoke diesel left lane. Lance Galpin from Butte in the 84 Kenworth going to the Hot Shot Secret diesel light right lane. Dial in on Joel 1885, Lansing at 18.60. Almost a simultaneous leave due to reaction times. Top side, wind light. When they get to the quarter stripe. Advantage right now to Lance Galpin, but both guys broke out. It is worst or first in bracket racing, and the worst of the offenders was Lance Gilpin. So Joel Osmondred will be the winner. Dialed at 85, went 74, so he was a full tick off. That was our big rig bracket semi. Lane Wright is now rolling up in the ARP Super D class. Specialty Trucks of Lubbock sponsorship for the all-in truck of Lane Wright. Competition buy for Lane here in the ARP Super D category. And looks like Lane is choosing to go for a Sunday drive on Saturday evening. Just make that lap down track, knowing that he's going to get a competitor in the next round. All pro classes, they want you in the lanes by 3:45. All pro classes, race control is asking you are in the lanes by 3:45. It is currently 3:30. Will Jones and Gage Mackinnon. Gage from Billings. Jones from Brush, Colorado. Ford left, Chevy right, double stack out the back of the Chevrolet. In the hot shot secret right lane. Oh, and a big mistake here made by Will Jones. Tried to bump up, couldn't catch it. That's going to be LB3A as Gage Mackinnon. Mackinnon also had a foul off the line at an 068, but it is worst or first, and the first offender was Will Jones. Mackinnon still needed to run an admirable pass, and his 770 index went 794. So Mason Dahl from Kalispell, Derek Younger, the Canadian from Meadow Lake, in the 06 Chevrolet 3/4 ton, taking on the Mopar from Montana and Mason Dahl. This is the 770 class. Test and tuners. Test and tune. Anybody wants a test and tune pass, go to lane number 1. Any losers from prior elimination rounds may go to lane 1 in the staging lanes for a test and tune hit. All the way down the track, it was the red truck of Jason Dahl on it from the start, finished strong. 7.741. Younger's day is done. The Canadian is out. Test and tuners gonna get a rip at it. Test and tuners are gonna get a rip. So the test and tuners get a rip at it. So a motorcycle is entered into the fray. Two-wheel drag racing. That's worth social media post. Not often do you see a semi-truck versus motorcycle. This is test and tune. This is not any kind of competition. It's test and tune only. .978 with a 2 at 139 mile an hour from the road bike. So we are returning into the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. Lane right. I believe we are going to see him just break the beams, roll through, gets pre-staged, staged, green light, then he'll bump up through the lights, and then he'll roll back and wait for his chance to go again in Super Diesel. Kind of save the truck, just going to back that thing back up, and he'll see him in Super Diesel as he's trying to run down 2 championships today, both Sportsman and Super D for Lane Wright. He's 4th in points on the national level right now for the Sportsman class. He is 2nd in points for Super Diesel after just coming up shy in both of those categories a year ago, trying to chase down those championships here in the late stages of the 2025 season. David Wright and Robin Ridgway will be coming up. Robin once again returning to the left lane. David Wright going to the right lane. Robin dial 1049 has stayed there. 838 for David Wright. Ford versus Chevrolet in our next matchup here from Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. So the defending champ, normally very, very consistent on the reaction time, has been slipping a little bit. Never see that. Typically in the late stages of the day, she's running the numbers that she did in the morning. However, today it has been a little bit of a change from that from Robin Ridgway. She ran her first qualifying pass this morning with an 090 light, then went to a .128, and that last time was like a 157, 159, somewhere in there. See if she can tighten that up here in this round of Sportsman from Gomer's Diesel. David Wright would love to be the Montana to knock off that Indiana champion and that Chevrolet 3/4 ton. Both trucks were new on showroom floors back in 2001. 10:49 for Robin, 8:38 for David. He's going to wait for over 2 seconds before he gets a chance in the single stack out the back to try to run Tony down with the turnip pipe. This one's going to be interesting. I don't know if Robin and Tony, no, they are going to get the win light. That was an automatic red light foul. David Wright, another Montanan, beating himself as the lady from Lafayette takes Tony the truck into the next round of racing. She went 164, then 10.647 elapsed time. just about 2 full tenths off of what she dialed in. So Robin and Tony need to start making just slight minor adjustments to make sure that they continue to be winning. Super Diesel should be in the lanes. Semi-final of Super Diesel, we should have you in the lanes. ARP Super Diesel, you should be in the lanes.
Testing. Hello? Hello? Hey, my battery's died. Yep, battery's died. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 My mic's doing its thing. Hello? No. Hello? 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 It did. I hear it now. Hello? Hello? There we go. I did change the batteries. It's just cutting in and out. I did on both.
Got a pair of test and tuners going down track.
Okay.
Race control is calling for all pro classes. All pro classes, you need to be in the lanes. Everybody. All y'alls. We need all y'alls back there in the lanes, please. All finalists back in the lanes. Everybody that's in the championship round of the Big Sky Truckfest, we need you in the lanes.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the parts that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday, and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
This will be the last Test and Tune session that is in the lanes now. Test and Tune will be suspended after this session of Test and Tune that is in the lanes. So getting back into our Super Diesel class from ARP. This will be a competition buy for Mason Dahl from Kalispell. He is choosing to run down the right lane, hot shot secret right-hand side of the racetrack. Everybody in the finals should be in the staging lanes. All finalists, all classes, all finalists should be in the staging lanes, please. So Mason Dahl with that comp by is going to see another round of racing. And it comes down to Lane Wright and Gage Makinen in the ARP Super Diesel class. Lane, once again, he is coveted and preferred that left lane. He brings the Specialty Trucks of Lubbock. The all-in truck sponsor ride into the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane. Dialed, it is a 770 index class. So Gage Makinen from Billings. Home track, home race, home event. Trying to get a win over the guy that's at number 2 in points nationally right now. Can Gage Makinen do the number? Both guys in 2002 Chevys. Both of them heavy-duty 3/4 tons. At the stripe, the win light goes on for Lane Wright. That was a whole shot victory for Lane Wright. Beat him off the line and just narrowly got him at the stripe as well. So Lane, we'll see that next round of racing in Super Diesel. Automotive Racing Products, ARP. Last session of Test and Tune coming up. The last session of Test and Tune.
Yeah. All finalists should be in the lanes. Each and every one of all y'all. We're down to finals in all classes. All finalists should be to the lanes. So all finalists should be in the lanes. The next passes down track should be for all of the money, all of the marbles, all of the points, all of the bragging rights, and the title of the Big Sky Truckfest winner. Last pair of Test and Tunes. coming up, and then it'll be time for finals.
I think so. Showed up on time?
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Scientifically proven to increase power, fuel economy, and reliability. Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment reduce DPF regens by up to 83%. Friction Eliminator followed by FR3 Friction Reducer reduce engine wear by up to 62%. Those aren't random numbers. They're the actual improvements confirmed by third-party testing, keeping your diesel running efficiently. With Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Is your stock oil pan killing your engine? Factory stock pans leave behind sludge, shavings, and contaminants that can lead to costly repairs. Upgrade now to a PPE engine oil pan. Its precision cast aluminum design ensures a complete drain out and increased cooling. Every PPE pan includes a magnetic drain plug and a limited lifetime warranty. Don't wait for engine failure. Visit ppepower.com today to give your engine the protection it deserves.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Track prep for our finals is just about done from the crack staff from Yellowstone Drag Strip. Finishing touches being put on the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane and the Hot Shot Secret right lane so we can get into finals and crown champions of the Big Sky Truckfest.
All right, I'm back in.
Race control is looking for all finalists. All finalists should be in the lanes, please. All finalists: Sportsman, Big Rig, Bracket, Super D, 670, Hot Rod Semi, Super Street, Pro Street, Pro Mod. All finalists should be in the staging lanes. We are ready for all the finals. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, 670, Hot Rod Semi, Super Street Pro Mod. All finals are coming our way. We're ready to crown champions of the Big Sky Truckfest, round number 3 on the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Winners coming up. Here we go. Crowning champions of the Big Sky Truckfest here in the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. World champion and national points champion from a year ago, Robin Ridgway and her truck Tony, taking on Lane Wright, the runner-up from a year ago, currently 4th in points in this category. He's got a chance to be the leader after this weekend. Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas, 2002 Chevy 3/4 ton, taking on the 1-ton Ford Tony with a 7.3 liter from Lafayette, Indiana. So Robin Ridgway and Lane Wright, these two have faced off multiple times in the last half decade. And for the first time this weekend, Lane Wright is in the right lane for Hot Shot Secret. Tony goes back to the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane, as he has all weekend, with Robin behind the wheel. This could be the face-off and the matchup of the Texas Motorplex in September for the World Finals. We've got it as the main matchup in Sportsman here in Montana at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. Robin Ridgway bumping in ever so smoothly, getting into the pre-stage, lights up the stage beams as Lane Wright already went in. 10:54 the dial in for Ridgway, increasing that by 6/100ths of a second over her prior dial in. Here comes Lane Wright chasing Tony, and look at Robin Ridgway. She caught the light and the win. All I do is win, win, win. Robin Ridgway and Tony, they are the Big Sky Truckfest Sportsman Class champions in 2025. Dial 1054 went 1067. That was solely a whole shot win for Robin Ridgway and her truck Tony. Tony the truck sees a winner's circle yet again. So the Big Rig Bracket class will be coming up next for their final pass, followed by the ARP Super Diesel class. So our Big Rig Bracket final, Cody Fox from Billings taking on Joel Osmondred. Osmondred from Ottery, Wisconsin. Osmondred, I know I'm killing his last name. If he gets in the winner's circle, we'll get that straightened out and squared away. So Joel dialed 1870, Cody Fox in a 2010. So Codester will go first in the International. The International I've been rooting for all weekend long.
due to the fact that he keeps his come-alongs hanging off the bang board. Joel was 1870. He's going to have to wait a little over a second. And then try to get in the light. Cody Fox with the advantage. We're going quarter-mile racing here in the big rig bracket. Chasing is Joel. Advantage is Cody. As long as he doesn't get too excited and break out, he's got a chance at being the winner. And he will be. Cody Fox from Billings, Montana, the big rig bracket champion at the Big Sky Truckfest at the Montana Yellowstone Drag Strip.
The ARP Super Diesel category is getting a chance to find out who's in the winner's circle for the Grand Championship of the Big Sky Truckfest. ARP Super D coming up. Here comes the Super Diesel main event from ARP. Lane Wright, who just saw a championship try for the Big Sky Truckfest in Sportsman, knocked down by Robin Ridgway. He's got Mason Dahl from Kalispell in this 770 index class. A Chevy versus a Dodge. Chevy left, Dodge right, Lane Wright back in the lane that he's comfortable with, that he has been working very well out of all weekend for Specialty Trucks of Lubbock. The all-in truck sponsor, Lane Wright, trying to get around the Montana Mason Dahl. Wright bumps in first. Dahl now in, pre-stage lit up for Wright. Now for Dahl, now they're gone. Little gamesmanship going on. Oh my goodness. Lane Wright, you saw him check up. You saw those brakes come on. He thought he was going to go under. That hands the win over to Mason Dahl. Would have been a whole shot victory for Lane Wright. He went 7.879 on the 770. And look at Mason Dahl, went 7.720 on a 301 start. So congratulations to Mason Dahl. He will be the winner in Super Diesel. .670, the 670 index class. The PPE 670 class, Alex Plummer left, Bryson Nicholson in the right. Conhurst, Alberta is home for Bryce Nicholson in his 72 Chevy. The Nova taking on the GMC Sierra of Alex Plummer from Kingman, Arizona. So the bottom of the states to the bottom of Canada. Maple Leaf or the red, white, and blue? And that seems to be all red, white, and blue. No! And the 670 dial, he broke out. Oh my gosh, he had that thing locked up, nailed down, but it'll be Bryce Nicholson from Conhurst, Alberta with the win in the 670 class. So Bryce Nicholson's Nova gets one handed to him. He was so late off the line at a 7:26. Then went 7:51 elapsed time. .38 1/1000ths of a second. Alex Plummer lost out on being the Big Sky Truckfest winner in the 670 class. 37 1/1000ths of a second. That's a blank. Ouch. Hot Rod Semi. Tweety Bird versus the Legend. Peterbilt versus Kenworth. Gary Rice. Staging up in the left lane, sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel, Wayne Talkington, the Legend from Kingman, Arizona, in the 63 Kenworth. Up against the guy from Hastings, Minnesota. Gary Reese has been dominant this weekend. Can Wayne Talkington drive his way to a Big Sky Truckfest championship in the Hot Rod Semi? Premier Alignment Hot Rod Semi class. Premier Alignment, since its inception in November of 24, Premier Alignment and Repair has been experiencing remarkable growth and building trust within the community as a leading provider of vehicle alignment, maintenance, and mechanical services. They're pleased to announce the introduction of the Premier Service Center, which exclusively features Hot Shot Secret products for all of your vehicle needs, ranging from light to heavy duty. Please do not hesitate to contact them at Premier Alignment and Repair. So Gary Reese and Wayne Talkington trying to finish strong at the Big Sky Truckfest. Talkington has not been on his game all weekend. Can he finally, in the main event, the last quarter mile run of the weekend for Hot Rod Semi, door to door, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, top side of the racetrack? Yeah, the win light goes on for Wayne Talkington. From the outhouse to the penthouse for the Legend. He couldn't put nothing together all weekend long in any of the qualifiers, and then comes back and nails it when he needs it to be the king of the Hot Rod Semi from Premier Alignment. I get to interview the Legend, Wayne Talkington. Next class up is going to be our Driven Diesel Super Street class. Driven Diesel. Driven Diesel is best known for being the industry leader in 7.3 and 6 liter Power Stroke fuel systems. Did you know they also make killer transmission cooler kits for the 11 through 19 6.7 Power Stroke trucks? Or that their Duramax Power String line kits are offered by the top names in Duramax performance. Never interested in the same product, different brand game, Driven Diesel has remained focused on an opportunity to solve modern diesel problems with new and unique products. Ask your favorite diesel shop for Driven Diesel or visit drivendiesel.com for a list of their top dealers. Driven Diesel Super Street class. Brian Lafferty and Meyer Stump. They are in this 590 class, the Super Street category, sponsored by Driven Diesel. Lafferty from, I think that's Erie, Colorado, taking on Meyer Stump from somewhere in Utah. A pair of Dodges getting ready to run the racetrack in Super Street Driven Diesel. Left lane is the Up in Smoke Diesel side of the racetrack. Hot Shot Secret right lane. Up in Smoke Diesel has had a very, very good run here in late stages. That left lane has been the one to have. 590 index. The number in the 8, 590. Relatively even on the start at the stripe. When light, boom dibbity, it's Meyer Stump from Utah. So Meyer gets the dub in Super Street. So once again, we are going to load up that Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Fantastic sponsor of the left lane and this weekend's event is Up in Smoke Diesel. JH Motors sponsored Pro Street. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family-owned towing and recovery company. They'll do all type of towing, cars, pickups, motorcycles, as well as semis. Travel the great state of Montana as well as North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Over 75 years in the towing industry. They know a thing or two. They are licensed, insured, and open 24/7. JH Motors. Pro Street will be a single lane run. For Tyler Baker is Tim Moore. Unable to make the call. Broke by. For Tyler Baker, he will be the Big Sky Truckfest Pro Street winner, as he's going to burn up that Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Please. Nice run at 134 mile an hour for Tyler Baker. Goes out in style. And another win light again this weekend for the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Winners, Up in Smoke Diesel. One last pass for the day coming up from the Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. The 63 split window Corvette is going to try to come get that 3,000 horse to hook here on the racetrack at Yellowstone Drag Strip. To conclude our passes, we need all of our winners, all winners back down here to the bottom of the tower for the award presentation and trophy ceremony on Diesel TV. So all of our winners, all y'alls that won it, you need to be back here at the base of the tower for the award ceremony coming up in just a few minutes. And here is the last pass of the Big Sky Truckfest. As Wade Minter from Maypearl, Texas, in that split window Corvette, trying to get those 3,000 horses to hook. Most of his passes have been attempted in the Hot Shot secret right lane, but he has went to the Up and Smoke Diesel lane, because that seems to be the hitter lane, just like Up and Smoke Diesel. So Donovan Harris unable to make the call. It is a broke by for Wade Minter. Finishing adjustments made on those Heim joints there for the wheelie bar. And turn Minter loose. Hopefully the racetrack there in the Up and Smoke Diesel left lane will hold the horsepower and finally get us a good pass out of Wade Minter. I know he's been chomping at the bit along with Chris Buheider. There's Philip Franklin down there as well. And he blew the tires off. The track wouldn't handle the horsepower. Wade Minter will coast through the traps as our winner of the Big Sky Truckfest Dynamite Diesel sponsored Pro Mod And that will do it for drag racing here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip for the NHRDA and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series, round number 3 at the Big Sky Truckfest. All winners, we need you to the base of the tower, please, for award ceremony and trophy presentation on Diesel TV. Big thanks to all of the sponsors and all the spectators. It turned out for a tremendous day of racing. Been a whole lot of fun here in Acton, Montana, as we close things out with our awards presentation and trophy ceremony at the base of the tower. We have all of our winners to the winner's circle of the Yellowstone Drag Strip. Winner's circle for everybody. I was telling you the base of the tower. I was thinking we were going to go out front, but we are going to be here on the side in the winner's circle for the shot on Diesel TV.
All right, attention in the pits out there. If you are the driver that borrowed a nitrous bottle from me personally here, from YDS, please make sure you return that nitrous bottle back to the tower before you leave, please. Again, if you borrowed a nitrous bottle from YDS, please return that bottle back to the tower.
All right, all right, all right. After a great weekend of racing here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip, it is time for our award ceremony and trophy presentation for all classes. We will do our awards in run order that we did our final rounds in. So that means the very first one coming into the winner's circle is going to be the defending 2024 world champion of the sportsman category, Miss Robin Ridgway, doing another fantastic job as she has drove all the way out from Lafayette, Indiana with her truck, Tony the truck. I was telling the fans and the folks that are listening at home on Diesel TV, the fact that everything in your life has a name. Kids and cats, that's obvious, but farm implements and tools as well as Tony the truck. Congratulations. You did not make it to Tulsa. You're nowhere to be found in the national points chase. However, we're about a month away from going down for the World Finals. Can you and Tony make it? And if you do make it down for the finals, can you win it again?
We're planning on going down to the finals, and I am planning on winning again, so look out.
I love the confidence. You were just chatting a moment ago. You said that you were in a band back in the day. What kind of a band were you involved with?
I think they would have called it New Wave at the time, so it was a dance band, and we did all of our own music. It was called Personal Effects. We're on Spotify, if you'd like to look us up.
Very nice. And now you get to drive home. You said it was 3 days out. You push it a little bit harder to get home because I know you got more racing to do.
Well, actually, I'm going to swing by Boulder and see my daughter. She lives in Boulder, and then I'm going to go home, and then I'm home for a day, and then I'm off to Shides. So
she has become very accustomed to the winner's circle, as has Tony the truck, the sportsman champion this year in Montana. Robin Ridgway and Tony. So congratulations, taking home the hardware, the money, as well as product from Hot Shot Secret. They are powered by science. That gets us into our second class, the Big Rig Bracket class. Big Rig Bracket is always one of my favorite, and it just so happens the truck that I was rooting for, to myself, ended up in the winner's circle. That will be Cody Fox from Billings, Montana, in his hometown event. The Codester comes out and dominates. In the International, I like the fact that the work truck was still in work truck mode. You still had the stuff on the bang board, like your come-alongs, your tie-downs, your chains, look like extension cords. You're ready to work.
No, the air hoses, just in case we need them.
You never know when you're going to need good stuff. What's the truck normally do?
It hauls trucks and whatever wrecked stuff we have to drag in on the side of the road. And
Oh, that's from JH Motors. They're fantastic, locally owned, travel all over Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. So it's cool to have you guys out here not only sponsoring events, but winning races.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love it. It's a lot of fun. It's my first time ever driving a truck down a track like this. It's crazy. It's a weird feeling.
It was an enjoyable weekend, something you want to do more of?
Oh, yeah, I'd do it again next year in a heartbeat if boss will let me.
Boss man, you got to listen up. You got a winner here. He is our Big Rig Bracket Class winner, Cody Fox. Now we got to find out if he's got to split the money with the boss. Boss lady says, you can have it. Great to have JH as one of the sponsors of this weekend's event and classes. Now moving into our Super Diesel category, one of the most hotly competitive and one of the most difficult classes to win week in and week out at the NHRDA. This weekend coming out on top of the ARP Super D category, Mason Dahl. Congratulations to Mason. Well done. Like I said, that is a very tough class to get a W out of. It took a little bit of work for you to get the winner's circle.
Yeah, it did.
How about sponsorship, the folks make the truck go?
Advanced East Works is our family business in Kalispell, and we built the truck a long time ago and bought it from a friend of ours. Now we're racing it.
Nice. So you're the only one that's going to drive, or you got other family members that are going, hey, my turn's next?
No, we all kind of take turns. My dad raced it in the drag and drive during the spring, and my brother, he raced it last year here, so then I raced it this year.
So first of all, how did your brother do here last year?
I think he made a couple rounds, but I don't know how far exactly.
How'd Dad do this spring?
He won the diesel class in the drag and drive, too.
Nice. So your brother can sit at the little kids' table at Thanksgiving. You and Dad go to the big kids' table. It is Mason Dahl, our Super Diesel winner. Congratulations to Mason. Mace is going home with some free product courtesy of Hot Shot Secret. Now we move into our index class. We're going to incrementally get faster as we got our 670 winner, Bryce Nicholson. Bryce came down across the border from up north to participate here in Montana and is going to go away as the winner. So Bryce Nicholson, congratulations. Certainly hope you enjoyed yourself. I certainly hope it was worth all the trouble that it must be to get a race car, race truck across the border to go play.
It was pretty easy. The guy was kind of a fan of the car and what we were doing with it, so yeah, it was good.
Well, I've never had that experience when I go north, so I'm glad you had it good coming south. Sponsors, family, friends, how do you keep the car rolling and the racer running?
We run a diesel repair shop, Diesel Addictions, in Lethbridge, Alberta, and yeah, we built the car over the last couple of years and try to get it out as much as we can.
I know my good buddy up there in Lethbridge, Don Frankish, is probably watching on Diesel TV right now because he's kind of a fan of this kind of stuff in the motorsport industry. So I know you got folks at home watching on Diesel TV. Can we see you down in Texas where you want to chase this championship?
We won't be there. We'll be doing Redwood Rally with the car kind of around the same time. So,
well, congratulations to our 670 winner, Bryce Nicholson. His comment was he didn't deserve to win. That's just not true. He did. He worked his way there and got into the winner's circle. And now moving into one of my favorite classes. This is the Hot Rod Semi class. Granted, there was only 2 trucks, but he came from not being able to make the thing go at all to putting it together in the final round to get that win. The legend himself, my old buddy Wayne Talkington. Wayne was able to take that Lucas Oil Mav TV sponsored Kenworth into the winner's circle. It's been a day, it's been a minute, it's been a little while, buddy, since you were able to get into the winner's circle. I know that you were doing a lot of work on the truck the last couple of years, trying to get it dialed in. You're losing weight, you're trying to get the truck to lose weight. Seems to be paid off.
Well, she kind of threw me fits this weekend. You know, we took 2 steps forward and wound up doing 8 steps backwards.
But when it mattered most, you actually put it together.
Yeah, well, good Lord, my dad looking down at me saying, that's not the way I taught you how to do this.
And I know that Gord is probably watching, cheering you on. I know the team owner is probably really happy with the success.
Oh, yeah. You know, new team owner, it's been fantastic, you know. Me being able to come back after cancer is pretty awesome. Thanks, Kyle. Hot Shot Secret this weekend.
You know, buddy, you're a winner in life anytime you're out here above ground, and it's always good to see my buddy, the legend Wayne Talkington. He is our Hot Rod Semi champion. Congratulations, my buddy Wayne Talkington. Now we're moving into our Super Street class. Another one of those fast classes that has some very good competition in it. Meyer Stump came out on top today. So Meyer is going to join me here in the winner's circle. I think he was participating and playing last night in that modified burnout contest too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, did you have fun in that?
Oh, yeah. It's always a blast. I mean, swinging a truck around with a bunch of barricades. Oh, it's a blast.
You know, it's good to see you get out there and run. I was a little bit worried that something happened last night because I didn't see you in some of the early stuff. Showed up in the late rounds and went, I'm going to do this deal.
Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, last time I ran the truck down the strip was last year at this event, and I've changed a lot of things, added a lot of new cool stuff we're playing with, and first pass off the trailer was a 596, so right where it needed to be.
You know, that's kind of a good omen when you get that very first pass of the weekend that feels right. There's no mechanical gremlins to try and chase.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what I wanted to do, is build a truck that I could just like get in, race it down the track, and then come back and park it and get ready for the next one while I fix everyone else's stuff.
That is kind of what it ends up being back there in the pit area too. Your mortal enemies on the racetrack, friends back here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
How about sponsors, family, friends that help make it happen?
Oh, always just like my wife, who puts up with the stupid hours, and then Power Driven. I mean, they basically taught me everything I know about everything diesel related. So huge thanks to them, making it all possible. Flexible hours. I don't even ask them for time off anymore. I say, hey, I'm going racing.
Gotta love a job like that. And when you get in the winner's circle, you can do just that. Super Street champ, Meyer Stump. So Meyer Stump takes all the goodies, the hardware, the check for Super Street. That brings us down to our Pro Street category. Even though it ended up being a single lane run, they still have to do a lot of work to be able to get there. And our winner today, Tyler Baker, Tyler will join me here in the winner's circle as our Pro Street winner. Thank you very much for coming out in the Dynamic Diesel for Products. I was just saying that it doesn't really matter the fact that you ended up with a single lane run. Even if you had somebody over on the other side, might heighten the adrenaline, might make it taste a little bit better, but still, winning's winning.
Yep, I would agree.
And how about sponsors, family, and friends that make a big difference to get you guys racing?
All the friends that came out here and Ryan helping makes a big difference. Hot Shots got me oil today.
Ryan, Trophy Girl's going to give you some more of that Hot Shot good stuff. He is our Pro Street winner, Tyler Baker. And just like being the last down the track, the last to join us here in the winner's circle today is going to be our Pro Mod winner, Wade Mentor. Wade and his crew have been doing a tremendous job, diligently trying to work that thing into every racetrack being able to hold it. Get on in here, kid. Congratulations. Seems like I do this at least every time I come to an NHRDA event. I get to talk to you because you win a lot. Track wouldn't quite hold the 3,000 plus ponies that you guys produce. I see you had some tremendous help. Buheider was down there. Franklin was down there. With your knowledge, you just couldn't quite get the tune right for the track.
Yeah, it was a little. It would kick the tires almost every pass. So.
And I noticed that most of the hits were down the right-hand lane, the Hot Shot Secret lane. You switched over into the left lane there for that final hit. Got maybe 10 or 15 more feet than you got out of the right lane.
Yeah, it did, and it did the same thing. It shook the tires pretty good. So.
See you again in about a month down at the Texas Motorplex. We're trying to run down that World Championship in the big hardware.
Oh yeah, we'll be there.
Sponsors?
Truck Source Diesel and Wagler Competition Products.
He is a really good driver with a really good car and a really good team. He is our winner here in Pro Mod, Wade Minter. We certainly had fun. My buddy Randy finished things out here at the Big Sky Truckfest. Looking forward now to the World Finals in Texas.
It is. And right now I'm going to do it again. I'm calling out all of ODSS. There's no excuses. Your finals are a month before ours. No excuses whatsoever. ODSS versus NHRDA. And it's not even an NH organization against organization. It's East Coast versus West Coast. Let's bring it to Texas. Let's do it.
Folks, I can't wait to see it. You want to make sure that you mark it on your calendar. Watch it on Diesel TV. For all of the staff, all of the racers, all of the folks here at Yellowstone Drag Strip, I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in. I'd like to thank everybody that came out. Fantastic bunch of sponsors and vendors. Fantastic weekend of activities.
It was. Had to keep our knees bent. Every time we thought we had a plan, let's switch and go another direction. But from the burnout contest to the Big Rig Light Show, we had a bunch of new stuff to Big Sky Truckfest. I think it was a great week, and I can't wait to come back in 2026.
It's been a fantastic week. We'll see you guys on Diesel TV when we go to the World Finals at the Texas Motorplex. I'm Scott. He's Randy. Till next time, see you on Diesel TV.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.